Sure, please.
All right, you're good.
Okay, we're live.
Bujun in the way maganiduk, Ishkade bene Indigenous, Wabasheshi in Dodem, Ojibwe Nishnabe and Dao, Mede Nini ni Tamandao, Bawating Gaye Mikana Sing and Dunjaba Nitam, Nungum Gijiga, Fond du Lac, Wisconsin in Dunjaba. Welcome. What you will hear is a greeting as I just spoke with each of us as speakers, identifying the name by which the Spirit greets us, Ishkade B'nai. The government knows me as Greg Herman. We identify the land that we were born into, and for me, that was the Mackinac Strait, Sault Ste. Marie area of the far eastern upper Michigan. And so we are here to welcome you, and would you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Bonjour, I say a Indigenous, Abiinooji-Aki, that was a guy getting known Jaba. Hello, my name is Suzanne Mills-Wem. I'm actually, my spirit name is Bright Star Woman. I'm here from LCO. I wasn't raised here, but I was raised all across the United States and from a military family. And I'm really glad to be here, glad to be your host today, and I welcome you, so miigwech.
One of the main points we will share with you throughout the day, we call it the ripple effect. And we're coming into the 10th year of the Women in Water Coming Together Symposium. And we're asking people from over the past 10 years to write in some of their experiences and how their immersion into our Ojibwe culture for those 4 days each year, how has that rippled through them, through their families, through their communities? And so you'll be hearing lots of that today. So that you get a sense of the impact that our experience has had. Throughout the day, we're going to open, over the course of the next hour, we will open with an honor song. We have one of our elders who will come and lead us in prayer. I'm going to ask Suzanne to just share a little bit about the Eagle staffs that will be introduced. She carries one of those and is much more appropriate for her to share a little bit about those.
Right, okay. Thank you, Greg. Well, I am a U.S. military veteran. I was served in the U.S. Navy from 1978 to 1983, and I served in Phil that when I came back here, I was actually giving some articles to put together to carry a staff. And that took a little while to get all together, but it did finally happen when I got up here. And so the Eagle staffs are a symbol to represent the courage and valor that people have displayed throughout their military time. And it's actually a symbol for everyone too, not just for that person, but for all those who see it and can feel the energy from those staffs, because they do carry an energy. And it's one of pride and just the strength, inner strength and courage that people have to carry in the military, because you can't just go there and just be yourself. You have to actually put on almost a persona of courage and a can-do attitude. And I think that was one of the things that I took away from the military, was that can-do attitude. And I know that those people who carry the staff also display that quality as well. So that was one of the things that I could say about the staffs. So which.
The can-do attitude. Mm-hmm. This woman personifies can-do attitude. And ripples through all of us, and so we've been working this together, like I say, for the last 10 years, and it's what we pick up from each other as well. Again, throughout the day, there will be kind of 3 aspects to each block of time that we experience. We'll have a speaker and someone who will share our cultural way of life as it impacts various aspects of the symposium. One thing you're gonna hear a shift in vocabulary. Over the past 10 years, we've conducted a symposium, and in September of 2026, this will be a summit. We've had anywhere between 60 and 100 people experiencing our gathering each August over the last 10 years. Come September, we are looking for 5,000 women. Plus, it would be lovely to have that balance of men. It's women in water coming together, but the balance of our responsibility as men to, English is a difficult way to say, how do I hold space for the feminine role in our lives and our responsibility? And I'm hoping one of our language speakers can put better words to that. I am not a fluent speaker. I've learned as I've gone along. You will meet some people who English is their second language, and as such have a better command of the thought process. English and Ojibwe are 2 different ways of thinking. So with that, that's kind of how the day will unfold, in blocks, where we will kind of set you up for a block. There will be a speaker, usually some form of music, which this woman is a star at. And this is a fundraising event. To gather 5,000 to 10,000 people is a total shift in our mindset and in the finances. So having said that, I am going to invite, we have, is it Michelle who's with us?
No, it's Guy.
Karen Bright and?
Guy, little Guy.
Little Guy. These are members of the board. Guy is the chair.
He's the chairman of the tribe, she's the president of the
Yeah, LCO.
Oh, you explain that. You know it better than I do.
So Karen's going on first? Okay. So our first, okay, so we're chair, okay. So we are going to invite little Guy up here. He's the Lakota tribal chairman. So little Guy, if you could make your way on
Welcome.
up here. Welcome.
Miigwech, thanks for joining.
I'm going to give you a
All right. Buju Nindaway Magani Dug. Nugani Bene, Sajina Kaz, Adunji Papa Koya Wong, Mikanak Nindundame. I want to welcome everybody today. Welcome everybody out here, all our elders, our young people, all the real OGs out here. Appreciate y'all being here and appreciate you staying on mission. Welcome to LCO, most beautiful brothers out there. Man, we bet by we got the, we got the best land out here. As far as I'm concerned, that's where I'm at, and we're doing this. So, and staying on game. And I appreciate all you doing that. So let's be one family. Let's all be together. Let's have a great day, a fun day. And let's see what the Creator gives us. Woo! Let's go. Whoa, Miigwech. Let's go.
Next, I would like Karen Bright. She's the president of the which is hosting the LCO or at LCO OU, and we are here live. So Karen, I invite you up here. Good morning, Suzanne.
A little bit shorter. Minukikishib kakanawia Manaduga Boikwe Indigenous Makwa and Dudem, Odawazaga Eganing and Dunjiba. Good morning and welcome to this beautiful assembly of people who I can see in person, gathered here on our campus this morning, and I'm sure there'll be more and different people coming in throughout the day. I just want to, on behalf of the Lukurere Ojibwe University, welcome all of you and all of you out there in cyberland to engage with today's event. I'm really happy and proud that our institution gets to, it's a tribal college, and this type of programming is one that we welcome to our campus to engage with us. We were here last night. These folks were here last night setting up. Well, down the hall, we were a packed house for our first ever fashion show, and that was wonderful. And another example of how our community is using this space. And want to welcome every type of community, especially this type of event that is doing such important work, not just for our community, but for humanity. Water may be one of our most precious resources, and the work that these people do is just amazing and so purposeful. And so I encourage you to engage with the programming that's being offered today and be inspired. Miigwech and welcome.
Miigwech. Greg is going to join me up here. We're going to do an honor song, so we'll stand up. What do you want to do? Okay, on the other side of this. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just use your microphone.
Okay.
What's that? Good?
Yeah.
Bonjour, Minowa. Before we enter into the honor song, hopefully sometime during the day, you'll get a chance to appreciate the full regalia, especially that our women stand in. My shirt stands out, but what we wear, and I'm going to turn around just for a minute. My name is Ishkade B'nai, Firebird. And so what we wear is an expression of who we are. And I hope we get an opportunity to expand, because Karen introduced herself with Makwa Dodem, the Bear Clan, and her skirt beautifully expresses her love for her clan. And so we're not up here just decorated prettily, we're up here to express who we are with what we wear. This honor song that Suzanne and I will share is the Ojibwe words, Asema Nimbagede Na. Asema is our tobacco, and we're offering that tobacco for Gijigad, Nungum Gijigad, this day. It's a prayer expression where we physically hold this medicine to invite a good day to this ceremony. One of the things you will not witness on camera, because there's 20, 25 people out here engaged in ceremony that we do not broadcast over the waves. You may see the wafting of smoke behind us. That's because our medicines are working on our behalf. A critical part of our ceremonies. When you become physically present to us in the summit next fall, you will have an opportunity to interact with our ceremony.
That's great. Yeah.
So the song will kind of officially invite in the total of the spirituality of who we are today.
Now, wanna talk now about it? And then
Put it. Rest it.
Kujunin we mamani dog. Nay on the way to Nishinakaz, Makado Dam. Otawasaka Higgin. Can you hear me okay? Hello. There we go. Me. I said earlier, my Shanabe name is Neanderwade. I belong to the Bear Clan. Migizi Dudame. Mukwa Dudame. I'm up here in front of a bunch of people here. No. But I was offered some sema by my sister Niogija-Gukwe Shinakaz to carry this eagle staff that she's a caretaker of. It was made by her late brother, Miskwa B'nai Shinakaz, Miskwa B'nai Saban. He felt that when she started this Woman in Water Symposium, he felt that she needed an eagle staff to represent this, all the women and the men who are taking up this great task of trying to preserve the sacred waters upon Mother Earth. So it's always an honor to carry these staffs. These eagle feathers represent that Migizi. That eagle that he soars the highest, he's closest to the Gajay Manidu. That's why he's so revered amongst all Indian nations all over Turtle Island. And so I'm honored to be standing up here with Ugichi-Dakwe here, who carry their own staffs, and they have a story for theirs also. So I'll turn it over to them. Yo.
Miigwech, brother. Migizi Queen, Indigenous cause, Dodam, Migizi, Waswaganing, and Dunjiba. What I said, I came from Lac du Flambeau, and my name is Eagle Woman, and this is Eagle staff here. And when I first started, when I got the word that I should have a staff, a flag, and so I didn't want to have like one from everybody, you know. So I had a bunch of eagle feathers that were given to me, and then I was thinking of putting it there together, and then, so then I didn't, and then, behold, I got a whole eagle the next week, so then I created this staff, and I made it, and so it goes like that. Miigwech.
My name is Bright Star Woman. I'm here from LCO. And I just would like to talk to you a little bit about this staff. It was actually a family affair. I was gifted these feathers from my uncle, Vernon Martin, while I was still living in D.C., and I carried them for quite a number of years before I actually put this staff together. And I actually came back to LCO in 2009, and in 2010-11, my cousin had found this sapling, or actually it was felled, it was already dead, and it was on the ground. He found it, and he thought I could probably make use of it for a staff. And so it was whole, it had bark and everything on it, and so I had to debark it and sand it down, stain it up a little bit, and for years I carried it around with just no painting on it, and you'll notice it is a painted staff. But before I say that, I wanted to say also with these feathers that my cousin Myra Lou Smith now actually beaded all these feathers. This white feather actually came from the Neanderthal. It's for the military service. If I had carried, or if I had taken life, I would be entitled to paint a red streak on this white feather, but I have not taken a life, so I don't carry that. So let me talk a little bit about this staff. So as I said, I carried it around unpainted for a number of years, and as I carried it, I kept seeing these figures, these characters, and for example, this otter and this turtle poking his head out. Let me see, this birds down here. They're all waterfowl, if you could see. You have to turn it a little bit in order to really appreciate the painting because of the way, the roundedness of it. But yeah, that's oh, I want to talk a little bit about the bottom of the staff. So when I got the staff, I saw that there was these two characters down here, and I wasn't sure what they were. I thought they were like water snakes. But as I was talking to other people, I realized that maybe they're not water snakes. Maybe they're the spirit of the Hodag. They're the water beings that are known for the Ojibwe for being a resource for us and for protection. And so that was a little bit more about my staff. So miigwech. Oh, yes.
Miigwech, Neanderthal, Anungokwe, Magizikwe. Something my brother Gary Neanderthal mentioned is that he received tobacco from Abiinooji-Aki, our grandmother Mary Ellen. Pretty much our life starts with tobacco, and it's an offering that expresses our reciprocal relationship with all of creation, and a very important part. That's why that opening song was a song of our work with tobacco. The eagle staffs have been placed, a sacred part of our start to the day, and Neanderthal is going to continue that start with a prayer in our language. So, miigwech.
Buju Nedwe Mamanidug, Minoa, Neanderthal in the Shinakaz, Makodudem. I'm not a fluent speaker, but I do the best that I can. I've been following these ways for a long time now. I grew up in Chicago, went to Vietnam, came back, did a lot of drinking, moved back to the res. And then I started someone invited me to a sweat lodge, and ever since then I've been following these ways. That was back in 1986. So each day I grow, learning new things. I'd like to add a little bit about this sema, this tobacco. I'm a first dance chief on our Big Drum Society here in Odawazaga. My uncle, by the way, was on Saban. He came to Big Drum one time. He's talking to the people. He said to me, everybody thinks that this when you put this tobacco down, it goes directly up to the Great Spirit. But he said it doesn't happen that way. We put our tobacco down. He said first it might go to the sun, then it might go to the moon, then to the planets, the star nation, the moons, the asteroids, the black holes, the four-leggeds, the wingeds, the fish nation. Everything that the Creator had created, it goes to them first. Then it'll go up to the Gage Manidu, all in the blink of an eye. That's how powerful this Sema is. And I remember early in my sobriety, along with Mary Ellen, and it was just a handful of us. We started a sobriety powwow here at LCO. Hardly anybody came at first. We were just standing there alone, and we gathered around in a little circle, said a prayer. Pretty soon the people started coming in. So we've been doing that. Well, when we did have the powwow, we were doing that all the time, saying that prayer. 42? Over 40 years ago, she said, yeah. Oh. But it's still going strong today. That was in 1982. And so this tobacco that the Creator gave us in which to talk to Him, it always comes first in all our ceremonies. So today I've been offered Sema by Abiinooji-Aki to say a prayer here, also to carry that staff that she takes care of. I'm a Vietnam veteran. These veterans are caretakers of these staffs also. A feather falls on the ground during our ceremonies, our powwows. It's those veterans that pick that up, retrieve it, because that represents a fallen warrior when we resurrect them. So she's been giving me a Sema for today for a prayer, a small prayer. No. O Gage Manidu, Gede Dena, Gaging get up and us Sema. Jesus, give me show me sanan, get up and us Sema. Typical Jesus, go cook me sanan, get up and us Sema. Ni mama ki, get mama nan, get up and us Sema. When a bourgeois, get up and us Sema. When a bourgeois no comes, get up and us Sema. Medeshka Bewis, get up and us Sema. Mede Kwe, get up and us Sema. Wabanong Nemishomusananek, Nablabe Widi, Wabanong Ishquandame, get up and us Sema. Jawananong Nemishomusananek, Nablabe Widi, Jawanong Ishquandame, get up and us Sema. Negabe and Negabianong Nemishomusananek, Nablabe Widi, Negabinong Ishquandame, get up and us Sema. Giwaden, Giwadenong Nemishomusananek, Nablabe Widi, Giwadenong Ishquandame, get up and us Sema. Ashkenan and the way Mamma Dug, Nan the way the Nishanakaz, Mako to them. What I was getting the Nunjaba. Tapana Sema Ma, Bejagana Shanabe Kwe, Neogija-Gukwe, Shanakaz, Pinakojaganungum Gijagad. Drain the man on and Wagi Kwe Wagoma. Ojibwe Moon Bungi to go, Saganashi Moon, grandfather, creator of all things. Humbly ask you to accept the Sema that was offered for this prayer here today as my brothers and sisters here gather for a fundraiser, an important fundraiser for the Women in Water Coming Together Symposium. I ask blessings upon them for what they do here today, for all people, for Turtle Island, Mother Earth. And as blessings upon all the people all over Turtle Island who are doing the same thing, who go on the water walks all over Earth, in all countries. There are people, grandfather, in other countries, especially those war-torn countries, that are starving, that have no water, or good access to water, clean water. These things you freely give us to live a good life. We need to take care of these things for that seventh generation to come. So that's why these people are gathered here today. They have big hearts, strong minds, and wanting to do this for all mankind. So I ask you to be with all the presenters that may come here today, grandfather. And again, to bless these people here, and some have come from a long ways, and ask you to give them a safe journey back home when it is time to leave. Mio, miigwech.
Miigwech, brother. Next, and I'm proud because in learning the language, I like to learn the names of the people that share with us. In Abiinooji-Aki, did I get it? Our sister Michelle Haskin is going to share also in prayer as we continue here. So, miigwech.
Will the microphone just pick it up? Because I feel weird kind of holding the mic while I pray.
Oh, all right.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wow. It's a wicked weapon you have there. Can I? Buju Anishinaabedug, Bemidji-Wanikwe, Nindego, Maingan Nindudem, Odawa Zaga Yeganin, Nindunjaba, Michelle Haskins, Nindigenous, Jagi Nashimong. I'd like to say good morning to everybody. I'm really honored. I'm glad I could be here this morning. Want to introduce myself in English to you. My Indian name is Abiinooji-Aki, which means forever waves flowing in the river. And I come from the Wolf Clan, and I have an English name. It's Michelle Haskins. And then this here, Lakudere, is my reservation, my mother's reservation. And many years ago, I found my way back home here due to many things that happened historically within many Native tribes and families across this Turtle Island. My family, my mother, actually my grandparents participated in the Indian Relocation Act. And so I grew up in the city of Milwaukee. And although I grew up in the city of Milwaukee, my mother was very diligent, deliberate in making sure we knew who we were as Indian people. And so I lived a pretty wild and courageous and in some cases a devastating past. And those were all experiences that have shaped who I am today. And when I returned home here to Lakudere as a young lady many years ago, Abiinooji-Aki, she began working with me and teaching me about medicines. To begin with, the four sacred medicines, Asema, which Abiinooji-Aki will give me Asema, and she gave me tobacco, and to come here to speak. And then my uncle Nyandawade, he said a very beautiful, sincere, heartwarming prayer on behalf of not only those of us who are here present, but all of the people on this turtle island and in the world, which I really appreciated the way my uncle made his prayer. Thank you, Uncle. And then I don't want to get off the beaten path here, because I opened myself up this morning with tobacco. My auntie taught me that, she was teaching me about, like I said, the four sacred medicines: Asema, tobacco, sweetgrass, wingushk, and sage, and cedar. And so those were like the first medicines that I became acquainted with, understanding on a more deeper level. And then as she spent time with me, she told me, she said, "You are Anishinaabe Kwe." She said, "You have a responsibility to take care of this water." And I was like, whoa, you mean I have a purpose? Whoa, that was really something. And so from that day, I have been doing life's research and trying to understand what exactly that means. That it's my responsibility. What does that mean to take care of and care for the water? And so it's just, and then I have a water name. So I thought, I didn't make that connection right away. It took some time, but so she enlightened me on that. And I didn't even realize I was doing, and that's a part of doing Indigenous research. You have a question. I had a question inside of myself. What does that mean to be a Anishinaabe Kwe, an Indian woman? What does that mean to take care of the water? Like, how do I do that? What does that mean? And how can I do that to the best of my ability? And those answers, I still don't have those answers. I'm still learning. And my relationship with the earth, the water, all the beings that crawl and fly on this earth, and my connection to them, my relationship to them. When I was a young lady, I would always hear the elders say, we must pray for that seventh generation, those children that are yet to come. They aren't even born yet. Our bloodline, they're coming here. And so I thought, yeah. Got to pray for seventh generation. Yep. Think about that. Pray about that. Pray for them. And then as I get older, I my prayer, because I begin my day every morning with tobacco, and I make a prayer and I say thank you to the Creator for my life, for this breath, all of my blessings. And so I do that every morning. And then, so, thinking about the seventh generation when I was younger, young lady, yep, seventh generation, pray for them, good health, clean water, they have all these things. And now as I get older, I'm finding that I have to wake up a little bit earlier every day, because my prayer has become really a lot longer, you know, and I spend a great deal of time in prayer and meditation before I can even take my shower and get ready and go, you know, be a good citizen, go to my job and show up and do all these other things, you know, that educators do, or anybody, you know, who holds a job. So that's something, you know, that my prayer has grown and needs more time. and so the gratitude that I have, you know, for my auntie and the Great Spirit, what the Great Spirit get you money, and that's why we're gathered here, you know, and this work that she's been doing for many years, but the work that all of you, all of us that we've been doing, supporting and this dream. And so being a name giver, having the gift or the right, the ability to give Indian names, I receive those Indian names through dreams. And that name, when it comes like that, it's God-given. It's from the Great Spirit. It's not a list or whatever's happening out in nature or whatever ideas or things that, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions about Anishinaabe and our rites of passage, and receiving an Indian name is one of those rites of passage. And so there's a lot of misconception about that. But that dream, when the Creator blesses us with a dream, that is spirit given, pure, and that is such a wonderful, beautiful gift. And that the Great Spirit, I'm so grateful that the Great Spirit blessed her with this dream. And to gather, you know, ladies and gentlemen, Anishinaabe Dug, those of you out there, you know, maybe you know already, and forgive me if I'm repeating anything that you already know, but this year we are going to gather more than 5,000 women and men to come together and stand up and speak and pray and make a difference in the beautiful Nibe, that water, life-giving water. It's a rite of passage. It's our birthright as human beings. We have a right to clean water. And when we are gathered, when we come together, we have energy and power and prayer in unity. And in there are so many teachings. As I shared before, I've been on this road and for many years, and I still haven't even begun to wrap my mind around the beauty and the power and the gift of water. And it's our birthright as human beings. So that's the work that's being done here. That's what we're doing. And I'm so grateful that the Great Spirit used my Auntie Mary Ellen Baker, Abiinooji-Aki, as a vehicle to bring that to our awareness, and that we're going to be able to gather later and do this work that is so important to human beings. There's no living, breathing being on the planet Earth that can live without it. We need it, everybody. And when we think about that, it's very difficult to deny our relationship with all living beings. So I want to thank you for allowing me to share that much of myself and And I haven't even prayed yet. So, Ni-ogi-jigukwe ogi mina kaseman. I just wanted to make those expressions because, like I said, this morning I opened myself up as a vessel. And I asked the Creator and the Money Doog that I have a relationship with, that they would use me as a vehicle to share whatever it was that needed to be said. So I wanted to say those words, and then my uncle, you know, Neondawade, he already made a prayer. He opened up this work that's being done today. But the sema that Ni-ogi-jigukwe ogi mina kaseman, so we're gonna just pray about those over 5,000 women and the men that accompany them or that may find their way over here, about that work that's going to be taking place and how wonderful that's going to be. So that's what I'm going to be doing here. So please bear with me. Buju ni kana se mani tu pemitu wani kwe nindigo ma inga nindu de mo dawa sage gini nindu njaba ni kana se mani tu shwe na missionam Asia no kiang oma anashanabe goma aking kiki kenda nawan mani dug inda na kiwadama wabanong jawanong ningabinong kiwedenong minwadash kimama na ki kukumesanan Kigin Dapanawan o no Seman, Minua Dashamani Dugin Danakiwad, Imame Kwe Kubing, Mitikwabe, Sininabe Kichesabe, Meme Kwese, Mississauga Gaye, Wewini or Dapanawan o no Seman. Minua Dashmani Dug. Mani dunsag inda na kiwadama ishpaming gimishum on Jesus kukumis on Jesus anongu nini now quick Jesus o dikuman anongug be missay majig benesi wagikaye we ni o dapanawan o no seman muni dunsag agawesi insag inda na kiwadama nibekang Mijibiju no banabe jig mekanakwa kikuyak o makikiko buduyak ne tawabu kwe na sugamuku kwe made wabu Giginoa me make way si gaye indawadama nebekang we ni o dapanama no seman mino adashmani dug mani dunsak anamakig benese edu giginoa we ni o dapanawa no seman ni gani benes mani du benes wabjikwe skubjikwe ozawajikwe kadajikwe gaye Gijuno in a minute and me great to Kinege Gujichigayeg, we do Kawayang Anushanabeg, Eji Bimosayang Oma King, Mino Adash, me great to Kinege Gujichigayeg, Eji gonna win to make, Gimama Nanaki Gokumisanan, Nimikwendan, Gegu, Che Aga, Ikidowad, Mewaja, me great, Mino Adash. Nuwadu Kageja Giginoa we ni o Dapanawa no Seman, Mino Adash. Wina buju o komisan o dujuman gaye nimi kwendan nawan kegu ga jichike we do kawang an shanabe gaye mi gwech nashke money dug niogi jagukwe miga pawajage Mami winja nano sagunsa gekwewak we pijawa do makia da gunwindawa nibe manidu nibe oma aking pegish banagamig nibe oma nungum binish makia nigan Abiinooji-Aki we pijawad oma aking Nashke manidu kishpe winenda mangegu gonna budge when it's again. Ingi kenda nanashanabe oshka bewas ima ishpeming. We couldn't win down in a kinagegu. Dibiki Jesus ima ishpeming. We couldn't win down in a kinagegu da guayaka suduyan. Gijuno in a minute and manidug. Miigwech we do kawayang. A hausa ni kana gana.
Buju minua ishkadebene Indigenous Wabasheshi and Dodem. a reminder of our purpose here today. Well, that you just heard our purpose from Neandaway, from Abiinooji-Aki. Our purpose is to be present to a dream, to come to fulfill that. And in doing that, the financial resources over the past several years, we've always met our bills, but you can imagine the difference between gathering 80 to 100 people versus gathering 5 to 6 to 7 to 8,000 people. Our financial responsibilities will be significantly more. And so we're asking your donation. Our website, spiritofthewater.org, spiritofthewater.org, has an opportunity for donations. You've tuned in on Facebook, and that Facebook link will give you opportunity to make donations. You will also be seeing throughout the day items that are available on our donation store. These are artifacts that have been made by the Native peoples who support our effort. And so all of the resources that are gained from your purchases will go directly to the work of the summit coming up in 2026. So thank you for your attention to that. I want to take just a moment to reiterate, you've heard all of us speak of our work with tobacco, our reciprocal connection with Mother Earth. Our first work this morning started with offering tobacco to Ishkode Khan, to the place of the fire. On the east side of us, we have a fire, and all of our ceremonies, that fire is present to guide and move us. Michelle talked about our name, Ishkade B'nai. When I came into this body, I was given language and purpose. Ishkade B'nai, firebird. The first time I shared my name at ceremony, the men were gathered and they were looking for fire keepers. And Wes asked me, well, what's your name? Well, Ishkade B'nai. I hadn't even come to grips with what it meant, but put me in the placement of that fire. The balance to the women's work with water, one of our men's responsibility is to that fire. And so with that, I'm going to rest. Hopefully throughout the day, there will be a little more time to share on the significance of fire, of our responsibility as men to the fire in a balanced relationship with women. But right now, I'm going to invite Bay Quarterer to join us and to share his poetry. Any of us, when we share gifts, it's part of the medicine that brings us to healing, that brings us to the fullness of who we are. And one of Bay's gifts is the gift of poetry, expressing himself in that way. And as he introduces himself, I'm going to really pay attention to his native name, because I really work hard to learn our names in that way. Neandaway, in the last year, it's been Neandaway, Abiinooji-Aki, and others. So, Bay, you are welcome. Oh, he's looking at the snack table already. So, but he does need sustenance because his work takes energy. And so, Miigwech, brother.
How you doing?
Very well. Look at this man. Whoa.
If not, I can monkey with it. Good morning, everybody.
Nuden Wewe Gizi Kajinakaz, Makadu Day, Modawa, Zaganing, Makadu Day, and Dunjaba. Thanks for having me again. I love coming back and reading, and I always got a couple new things every time I come back. But there's a I realize a little strapped for time, but I always read one that I wrote last year for Marielle, or March of 2025. I wrote one, and it was "There's a River," and I remember when I wrote this, I woke up and I was in a foul mood, and and just nothing was going right, work, everything, the stresses, and man, and I remembered, something clicked inside my mind and my heart that, about the water, that how it'll heal you, the steam off the rocks and the doo-doo swa, and I felt that come back to me, and I sat down and I wrote this right then and there that night. There is a river, and I really like this one. So I wrote this for women in water, and all the hard years I've seen them work and up late and long days, nights. I mean, it's just as a dedication to all of them that, that keep this thing going and alive. It's very vital work. There is a river I know of. Walked the banks of it many times, up and down, in search of. At times I can hear the roar of it upon my approach, and the other times I've been, barely a whisper goes by like it did not even exist. Something that I've imagined, perhaps. But it is there upon my every return to it, like some ancient blessing beset before me. For it already knows why I am here. It does sing to me, and I to it, learning from each other as I plunge my copper vessel deeply into it, drawing from its life as a gift of life, so that I may share in its wisdom that water is life. I to it to mine, and our unbreakable bondages of alliance, for one cannot foster without the other. All the sons and daughters of nations born from it, and the responsibilities to each other for them, even the battles that have been won and lost over it, in the defense of it, and out of greed. For we have all faced the same 500-year occupation, water and earth, and yet the water still flows as I do. She is in me, and I still draw breath until my last. And that one's for the women in water. And this is a recent one I wrote, The Light of Day. I tend to stay away from a lot of the political things, but the things that I see that exist, the man's inhumanity to man, people treating each other very, very not well, unhealthy. An angel of another mercy whispered to me, "You have nothing left to fear within my folds." And the devil whispered, "I am always here and near, always have been, even when you've needed to be feared or loved." And then we three danced maniacal again and again and again, ravens and all, heaven and hell, all in a thrilling promenade, tirelessly a little further down the road of perdition. But not over a soul in slavery
or the possibility of eternal, only to exist out from under the yoke of evil times, making deals on playing cards with one another of prior deals made underneath the ins and outs of the shadows cast of every other streetlight down the road. I still have a little fight left in me if my wits hold. The good, the bad, and the realities go by in silent parade with great applause, as if watching an old black and white movie without a sound only the deaf and blind are able to laugh or cry to. Such great abilities, these things we share in common, the silence or the roar in equal appreciation, I suppose to assume for each. One hand does not know the other in the dealings of evil men, where humanity ceases to exist, especially in the light of day. And that's the light of day. And I wrote this one a couple nights ago. We're all battling what's internally with everything that we have in our life, and they'll never build any statues there, you know. But we've all come this far. We made it here today. I'm appreciative of that, and I woke up early saying my prayers, and what was I going to say? They will never build any statues there in the places that I've fallen at the greater cost of defeat but never surrender. Battlegrounds left unmarked. Even the smoke has abandoned these places, years lost with it. Only the memories left to linger here in phantasm with nothing left to breathe. Nothing but demise on the horizon. I fight on, fallen, tasting nothing but earth while opening wounds, my memory calling out to me to have come this far, another light about to die. I feel the strike, I fall away, away deep down into nothingness and drift away in silence, unable to scream, eyes wide forevermore, fallen. That part of me is the pain behind the smile, neither fading in the passing of me in another life and time. Yet another breath of life has swept over me again, somehow catching a flame. It grows, sifting through the ashes of me as I walk on, dream as I wake, calling me on, calling my name, reaching into me like war. I am reminded again of what it is to be amongst the fallen, the taste of earth and burial. I rise again with no witnesses. That's dedicated to everybody that fought to get here. I was gonna go through, I didn't know, but yeah, I wrote that a couple nights ago, and that just Veterans Day actually, the evening session I wasn't able to make. And there was one, sorry, they're all stuck together now, I don't know why. Well, I'll just keep rolling. Put a couple away that I was looking for something in particular. Yeah, no, that's okay. Imagine, if you will, a place filled with great empty and silent contemplation, What would you fill it with if it were yours to have? Imagine yourself standing there just upon the cusp of the threshold with the ability to leave the world of I am not behind, not knowing what is on the other side of courage. Imagine defying what has kept you in lurch of, and where will it take you? For it is all of yours to have without and begin again. Purge all that surrounds you, the things that hold you hostage. Imagine that, and truly you will be free. That very first breath of air and taste of water, a mother's gift in your creation. Honor all that has led you to the evolution of your migration or flight. Imagine a better world for yourself, and it will be so, leaving it all unhinged behind you as you make your way for others to follow. Give to them the courage of imagination, and the world being a more prosperous place by your example. And imagine. There's one firekeeper I can't, and I don't have fingernails. It's about that sacred fire that Michelle was talking about, and I wanted to read that. There it is. And I wrote this in June, and I wrote this after the last fundraiser, and there was like, I didn't know that we were discussing the duties, responsibilities of being firekeeper, and there are many. You know, it starts out in the beginning of that day of what you're going to do at spirit time, you know, that you start praying for what, when you're going to Sweat Lodge, or, you know. So I wrote this as a reminder where that fire came from that dawnland, from where our people came from. It was lit then, and we still carry that, and it's here amongst our people, amongst all where the food grows on water, where all our nation, the Chenal-Beg Nation, that fire it comes from that fire that was lit then, when those prophecies were foretold. In the beginning, from a time only known to me, that you have carried with you somehow from that far-off downland where our doom or day had been foretold, upon those distant shores of the past of our belonging. I, that sacred fire, was present to hear it, alighted then to carry with you upon your migrations, so that you would not forget the legends that were spoken over it of my beginning from the keepers of knowledge. Not all is lost. Do as you are instructed in my construction and utilization. Blaze the darkness brighter with knowledge. Sing over and around me. Dance us into the future with honor, and seek all of your dreams within me, and all will be fulfilled within the times of the suns and the moons past in their turnings. Firekeeper, you have been charged with the responsibility upon the times of celebrations of life and the perpetual continuity of the passing of it from one existence to another, to a place where we welcome you all in our own celebrations of seeing you again, Firekeeper. The passion in it will tell its tale. Good. Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah. Bujuminua, Yishkadebene Indigenous, Wabasheshi and Dodem. Welcome and thank you for being here with us. I'm thinking of both Gary and Michelle in their opening prayers talked about medicines. And Bay's expression, the poetry becomes medicine. You'll hear different expressions of medicine, whether it be music, whether it be the energy that goes into the crafts that we're going to offer for sale, all of those medicines. So thank you, Bay. The next 2 hours is going to go through, first off, I mentioned the ripple effect. And I encourage those of you listening again to ideally write in, if you can send an email to us or part of the Facebook process. You share the impact of the Women in Water experience on your life. We would very much like to hear that. And there are people here with us today who will come up and share those directly with us as well. So please continue to do that. James Vukolich, gosh, I'm thinking back to when I was, I came into these ways after I was 50, so I had no exposure to our native language, and ran across this word of the day posting that James would articulate a word, and then once a week he would expand that, take about 8 to 10 to 12 minutes to put some depth to that. And as I continued to look for further resources, I looked deeper into some of his teachings, and it's been quite an inspiration, to say the least. I know to me and many of the people that I know who are working to regain this gift that I was brought into the world with. It's there, and the work James has done to help us do that. He takes the words, I think it's entomology is the term that describes one of his fields of study, and he'll take it back and talk about what ancestors have shared with him in bringing expressions. I don't like the term words. There are ways we express ourselves in a different language. Well, we're pleased, excited, honored. James is with us all day. And he's going to take the first part of this 2-hour block. It will be followed with some music. It will be followed with an opportunity to look at items for the online store. But first, we welcome James. Kage Gabo came over from the Minneapolis area to share with us today. And he's well equipped. He's got his whole backpack and his coffee with him, so we know this is good. Miigwechoma. Took my chair? No, stay. I'm good. To get back into my phone, that's my code. It's just if I'm not here. I'm good.
You know, I was chronically underemployed as an Ojibwe teacher for years. And whenever stop number one was make sure it's on. Minotagwadna, sound good? You guys can hear? Oh, bonjour in the noy magnaduk. Anin. Kagigabo Indigenous. Mikanok and Dudem. Mikanok Wajawing and Dunjaba. Beishoka Kabakong in Danogom. Ingichi Migwech Wendem Jayayan o Oma o Dawas Agegening, Apichigo, Migwech Bijayego Oma, Minwadash, Apichigo Migwech Bizendawig. Minwadash, Apichigo Migwech, Ganawabamieg o Oma, Internet, on Facebook. And so I began with a traditional Ojibwe protocol greeting. I said, hello, all of my relatives. My name is Kagigabo. I'm also James Vukolich. I'm Turtle Clan. I'm a member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa. I live close to Gakabakong, the place of the falls, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I am so happy to be here at the Lakudere Ojibwe Reservation. Wow. What a privilege and what a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I wanted to thank you all for coming out this morning to watch and to listen. And I also wanted to thank you online for tuning in this morning. What a privilege it is to be here. And when I was first asked to come, it was about how do we integrate these grandfather teachings into our life. And it dovetails, it moves seamlessly with the topic I have been discussing for the past 15 years. And it's been about Minobumatsuin, which is the good life, a life of peace, a life of balance, a life without conflict with our environment, our ecosystem, or our relatives, a life without contradiction, where we're saying one thing and then doing another. And when I first began observing this, one of my questions became why, and I wanted to preface this talk with a talk I've been doing for the past 15 years. And I think maybe the best way to start it off with is a word, a relative term, Abiinooji-Aki. Abiinooji-Aki. And if I say Abiinooji-Aki, I'm referring to my relative. And when we look at that, and I really liked Ishkode Benes, his wonderful introduction, where he discussed etymology. And etymology is the story on how a word gets its real meaning. And when we look at the morphology breakdown of that word, Abiinooji-Aki, it has in it anik, which is to be interconnected. It's to be interlinked. The bitch part of that, it's a string, it's a thread. So if I use that term in Abiinooji-Aki and I look it up in the Ojibwe People's Dictionary, you'll see a number of different translations. One is my great-grandparent, my great-grandfather, my great-grandmother. Another is my ancestor. So the people that the poet was speaking about earlier, who are all the way on the East Coast, who were there before Budewatmi, before Odawa, before Ojibwe, before those three fires became separate nations when they were one people, I can refer to them as Abiinooji-Aki, Abiinooji-Aki, my ancestor. But if we look at that meaning to be linked and to be interconnected, if we interpret that word spiritually, it means that being I'm inextricably interconnected to. That being I'm inextricably linked to. And it also means my great-grandchild. So if you look at that word logically, in Abiinooji-Aki, it implies 7 generations. 7 generations that are punctuated past, present, and future. And in that interconnection, there's interdependence. And in that interdependence, we have the opportunity to affect every single one of our relatives. Every single one of our choices, every single one of our decisions has the potential to affect not just all of our relatives now, but someone coming 7 generations from now. So often, it wasn't why. Why am I here? The language and the culture explained that to me. A simple relative term. Explain that. I'm here because I'm interconnected. I'm here because I'm interrelated. And in that interconnection, they always knew we would be here. They knew we would be here in 2025. It was no longer, why am I here? It became how. How do I live in a way that can bring peace and balance to all of my relatives? How can I live in a way that I'm in harmony with my environment and my ecosystem? How do I lead a life without contradiction, where I'm saying one thing and then doing another? And our ancestors left us a way to do this. They called it the Gitchi Dabakkonegewunan. Another I've heard is Gagigeanakkonegewunan. And when we're speaking about etymology and morphology, when we look at that word Gitchi Dabakkonegewun, it has in it Gitchi, which is great. Dib, it's to speak about, it's to measure. Akkon is with a wood-like article in your hand. So that wood-like article that they're speaking about, it's the okich. It's the pipe stem. And I don't know if you can see this on the camera. I have the privilege of being here, and I am surrounded by opwaganuk, by sacred pipes. You'll probably notice that the plural of that has in it ug. We refer to the pipes as animate beings, as relatives, as wikanuk, as ceremonial relatives who are helping us along the path of life. It means that what we're about to discuss has been something that's been meditated and mediated with one of our most sacred gifts, the opwagan. And of course you can't smell it, but we are surrounded by the other medicines as well. The asema, of course, the tobacco is leading the way. The wingush, the sweetgrass, the bashkode jibik, mashkode washk. It depends on your dialect and the kind you're using, the sage. And of course the gijik. And here I see gijik trees, the cedar. So this is something that's been meditated upon and mediated with our most sacred gifts, with our four medicines. And we would call this the great law, the sacred law, Gitchi Dabakkonegewunan. Another term we use for these are the seven grandfather teachings. Now, because this is so lovely and it's informal, yet it's very deep, maybe I can take a moment and discuss that other one, Gagigeanakkonegewun. Gagige is related to my name, Kage. Kage is a more northern pronunciation of Gagige. It's eternal. It's always been this way. Inakkonege, that in is in a particular way, and akkon again is a wood-like article in your hand. Inakkonegewun nowadays can mean law or rule, but really what it's referring to is pointing the pipe stem in each of the directions. It has always been this way. Gagigeanakkonegewun. It's the eternal law. That one came to me from the late Richard Morrison, from Nigagoons Minneconning, from Red Gut First Nation, when we were at Guchiching, when we were at Rainy Lake at a language conference. We were talking, I was talking about the grandfather teachings, and he was like, do you know Gagigeanakkonegewun? Eternal law. Eternal law. It's always been this way. And in these grandfather teachings, they show us how to lead Minobumatsuan, the good life. And so cursory, I think I'll discuss those particular teachings, and then we'll go into what does that look like? What does Minobumatsuan look like when we incorporate these teachings into our daily life? So we'll begin with Debwewan, with truth. One way of describing truth has been the de, from the heart, and way, to speak. I'm speaking to you from my heart. I'm speaking to you from the very center and core of my being. Another I've heard that came from the late linguist Basil Johnson was Deb, to a certain extent, that you can't go beyond, that you can't surpass in way to speak. And I thought that's very beautiful. I'm speaking my truth to you. I'm not omitting things. I'm not adding things. I am telling you exactly what I saw, what I experienced. But that may or may not be the whole truth. When we look at truth the same way that the Buddha, that Mahavira, that Jesus looked at truth, they're talking about something eternal. And words, which are the sounds of our thoughts, cannot define the eternal. I wonder if the spirit of the language is literally censoring itself here and saying, I can't define the eternal to you. This is something that has to be experienced. It has to be lived. So for me, part of truth is I cannot define the eternal for you. When I began looking at these ways, realizing that, my thought can only take me so far, I began observing our ceremony, our culture. Led me to think of Dabasendazawan, to think lowly of myself, to be humble, then I'm not more important than the relatives or the medicines that give me life. In fact, I can't live without them. I'm not exalting myself above my relatives, in that there is Abiinooji-Aki, respect, to go easy on, to use sparingly, to acknowledge the sanctity, the sacredness of our relatives' lives. There's Aki-Itiwan, love, something that's emerging from deep within us, and when it comes out, it is for the benefit of all of our relatives. There's Zungide-Ewan, strength of heart, courage, bravery. Literally, to have a strong heart. That Zung is strong, and the De is the heart. There's Guakwatizwan, which is virtue, it's righteousness, it's honesty. And in that, maybe you've noted that we've been looking at these words from an Ojibwe perspective. If we say truth and honesty in English, these are kind of synonymous terms. If you're honest, you tell the truth. If you tell the truth, you're honest. In Anishinaabe, one that has Atsi, to live. In Guac, it's right, it's proper, it's correct. So it is, are my words correct? Are my words in alignment with the way that I lead my life? Am I leading a holistic life, a holy life, if you will? Are my words and my thoughts and my prayers in alignment with my choices and actions on an everyday basis? Everyone will have this experience once in their life, at least, where someone tells you to act a certain way, dress a certain way, speak a certain way, do a particular ceremony, and then you see them doing something completely different on a Friday or Saturday night out on the town. It's contradiction, it's hypocrisy, it's to go against what you're saying. If you want to be truly honest in Anishinaabe, it's observe how I lead my life. The truth will invariably come out. And if you're able to do those, if you're able to do each one of those, every single one of your choices, every single one of your decisions, it'll be correct. It'll be wise. It'll be enlightened. It'll be positively beneficial, not just for you, but for someone coming 7 generations from now. It's that last grandfather teaching wisdom, Nibwak Kawan. And if we do that, we are shown how to lead Minopamatsuan, the good life. Now, really, that Minopamatsuan, it's a verb. If we put a win at the end of this, it makes it a noun. Really, these are ways of being, it's a way of relating, it's a way of acting. So Minopamatsi is he or she leads a good life. He or she lives well. Natural consequence of that, he or she has good health. Now, when we looked at our ancestors, even when they were in ceremony, they were asked, the Spirit has just asked us, what do we want? And the person leading the ceremony replied, tell them we're looking for life. Out of all the things we could ask for right now, we're asking for Bamatsuan, we're asking for life. So my question became, in the language, how did our ancestors describe that? How did they describe Minopamatsuan? Maybe we'll look at that word Bamatsi, to live. There's Bimi in it. Now when we look at that small word part, it means to go along in space and time. I know that sounds very profound. We use it in everyday Ojibwe all the time. Nipimose, I'm walking. Nipimipatu, I'm running. Nibimise, I'm flying. Nibimibizo, I'm driving. Nibimibiz. You are beginning at one location. You are moving through space and time, and you're ending up somewhere else. So we use this all the time because you can't just live in Ojibwe. You have to live a particular way, and that's what that Atsi means, Bamatsi. So if we look at that, and we look at this medicine wheel that we have behind us, we can see a circle, and we can see the number 4. And if we were to look at that, what is happening in that movement through space and time? It begins when we're the Abiinooji-Aki, when we're the infant, when we're babies. We are born. We come to this world. That next phase, we become Abiinooji-Aki. Ikwezanes, Gwiwizanes, we become children, boys, girls. For given that great gift, we become Inini, Inikwe, adults. Men and women, beginning families, looking after our communities. learning the ways that we hope to pass on. And if we are given that great gift of long life, and I feel very privileged to be surrounded by what I would call Abiinooji-Aki in that fourth stage, great beings. That Ojibwe word for elder, it means Gitchi is great, Aya is a being. This is how they would describe elders in the language. In that you can see respect, that grandfather teaching of respect embedded in the very way you would address the elderly in your community. And if you become an elder, if you're a Mindamuye, it's an old woman. Now, I won't be able to speak to you online, but in modern contemporary English, if you're called old woman, is that a pleasant thing to be called? Is that, often it's derisive. It's sometimes it's even for some people insulting. It could not be further from the truth in Anishinaabe. In that word, there is minj, which is to hold. As I'm holding this bag, it's to hold. Nu'uye is the being. If you look at that word in Anishinaabe and you call someone a Mindamuye, you're addressing that woman as the one who holds us all together. She holds our families together. She holds our clans together. She holds our communities together. She's holding the world together. And take a moment and look at what is grandma's role in the family. What is grandma's role in the clan? What is grandma's role in an amazing event like this where we are standing up and we're advocating for the nibi, for the water, for one of our first medicines? So the respect is built into a word like that. And for that to be surrounded by Mindamuye-Aki this morning, it's really a privilege. It's an honor. I'm trying to be on my best behavior. And then you have the Aki-Wenzi, the old man. In there is Aki, which is the earth, and Wenzi, to come from. This is the old man. This is a fellow who has, by this point in his life, realized, I have been fed, I have been clothed, I have been sheltered, I have been healed by the land, the Aki. I am the land, and the land is me. Whatever affects the land is going to affect me, and vice versa. My choices and my decisions have the potential to affect the land. We are not different. And he realizes in that relationship, every time I have been fed, every time I've been clothed, every time I've been healed and nourished, I have a relationship with each one of those beings. I have a relationship with the Mitigug, with the trees. I have a relationship with the Oasiog, the four-legged, with the Benishiog, the birds, with the Giguyog, with the fish, with the Mushkaki, with the medicine. I love that meaning of that word in Anishinaabe. It has in it mushk, which is strength, and Aki is the earth. When we need to be healed and nourished, we seek out the strength of the earth. And then, of course, the nibi, the water, is giving life to all of it. And you realize this, that in each one of those relationships with those beings, if it's the four-legged, if it's the medicine, if it's the water, if it's the trees, it is that relationship that makes them relatives. And you'll hear this in today's talk, and you'll hear this all day. Whenever you hear Anishinaabe say, in Denoy Malkanadok, all of my relatives, you're addressing all of them. A relative isn't just someone with a DNA connection to you. It is someone you have a relationship with. And when we are speaking about Minopamatsu, when we are acknowledging that we have the potential to affect all of our relatives. And our relatives have the potential to affect us. So if we, and then, of course, then people pass away. That's part of life on earth. So when I was looking at Pamatsu, and it could be, we are born, we live, and we will go through this process, and ultimately we will go home. Wah, miigwech. Yeah, when in my first year of Ojibwe, I had an experience that radically transformed that we are born, we will live, and ultimately pass on. And it was when I went to visit Agete Anishinaabe with my Ojibwe professor. It was my first year of Ojibwe. And we were going to a sweat lodge ceremony on Sunday night. And along the way, my professor said, we're going to go visit an elder. This is proper Ojibwe, and he reminded me, this is proper Anishinaabe Ojibwe and proper Ojibwe culture. It's to go and visit the sick and the elderly. Now, this Gete Anishinaabe had been born in a lodge. He would see like the first automobiles. He was a fluent first language speaker, and here he was in the middle of this huge metropolis on his way to the spirit world. And I couldn't imagine at the time how important it must have been to him to be surrounded again by 3 million people in this huge urban environment and to be able to hear his language, to be able to visit. I was in first year Ojibwe, so I did not understand a lot of that conversation. In fact, I only understood one word, Minwain Dagwad. It is good, it is well thought of, when he told them we're going to go to a sweat. And then after we left, my Ojibwe professor, we were getting on the elevator, we were going down, we were going to go to the sweat, and he said, in his day and age, they didn't use that term nibble, to die. It was giwe. Here she is returning home. And when I applied that spiritual teaching to the linguistic teaching, it radically transformed the way I look at that word bamatsuin, to live. It was no longer we are born, we live and we pass on. It was the eternal, whatever it is that's mysterious within us, that has no beginning or end. It is the eternal moving through the impermanent. Our spirit coming here, being born, having a human experience, and after that experience, going home. For me, Bamatsuin is the eternal moving through the impermanent. Which led me to my next question. How did our ancestors describe Minnow to be good? And there was an image I saw that was described by an elder in the northern part of Lake Winnipeg. And it's an image that many of you have probably seen if you have had an opportunity to look at the work of either Carl Ray or Norval Morrisseau, Ozawabako Benesi. It is a thunderbird holding a giant serpent. A more familiar image would probably be the flag of Mexico. If you look, there is a raptor holding a serpent, holding a snake. And in this motif that shows up all over Anishinaabe King, all over Ojibwe country, this old man described Benesi, the thunderbird, was always seen with Misiginebik, with these giant serpents. And he described what was going on here was the thunderbird is always hunting the giant serpents, because if he doesn't, the giant serpents will overpopulate and they will overrun the world. It will become uninhabitable by everyone, including themselves. However, if the giant serpent does not feed Benesi, the thunderbird can't exist. What we see at one level being conflict is literally the maintenance of balance. And it was in that balance that that old man described being good. This was not good versus evil. This was, I am in balance. And in that state of balance, that is where the opportunity for whatever it is that is good will come out. If I were to describe that word, then Minopamatsuin, one would be the good life. Again, to have good health, to live well. Another would be the eternal is moving through the impermanent in perfect peace, in perfect balance. And we can see those conflicts taking place even within our bodies. We have, at this moment, everyone in this room has white blood cells that are probably fighting things that are not supposed to be there. Viruses, bacteria. At a cellular level, this looks like conflict. But really, it's from that we get our good health. We see that with our relationship with the environment as well. We take care of the things that look after us. We go easy on one another. We acknowledge them as being sacred. So, if I were to look at that, again, that medicine wheel teaching, that cycle, if we look at Minnow becomes a choice in everything we do. It is not just being, it is choosing balance in contrast to choosing chaos or imbalance. And if we look at life, that holistic cycle, we can find 4 components. That if we were to use and embrace those in our lives, they give us a more fuller depiction of what it means to really live. We have the emotional, we have the mental, we have the physical, and we have the spiritual. And as I was investigating this in the language, I found each one of these has a minnow affixed to it, attached to it. Maybe we'll start with Minwenda. Maybe we'll start with one of the first ones that I used when I thought of this idea of minnow being peace and balance. And one of the first teachings I heard as I was beginning to learn Anishinaabe over 25 years ago, that's really flown by, was Abiinooji-Aki. Abiinooji-Aki. And I was delighted when I arrived to here during the invocation. Someone referred to someone as Abiinooji-Aki, and it happened to be our hostess and one of the leaders of today's event. It is a good day. And the first thing you learn in first year Ojibwe, weather terms, is no matter what it is like outside, you may always say Abiinooji-Aki. It is a good day. Now, as a jaded and kind of cynical, Gen Xer in university, I thought, oh, well, that's pretty and that's nice. Years later, after I'd gone through a personal transformation, I looked at that word and it struck me that they were speaking about the same thing that someone who lived 500 years before Jesus Christ was speaking about. And Abiinooji-Aki, it is a good day, no matter what the weather was like, was something very similar to what the Buddha had discovered in his awakening. He had realized that it was always nirvana. This wasn't something he had to attain. It was already perfect. The problem was the way he was looking at things. His perspectives, his desires, his wants were getting in the way of him seeing how perfect it was. And our ancestors were speaking about this at the same time. They were saying, no matter what the weather is like, maybe I won't get what I want. Maybe I want to get on the lake. Maybe I want to see my child play baseball. Maybe I want to get in a run. I want to go for a walk. And I can't do that because it's Gisina. It's cold. It's Gakapigani-Aquidin. It's bone-cracking cold. It's Newton. It is, give me one. It's windy. It's rainy. I'm not getting what I want. And when I don't get what I want, often, before we embrace this teaching, it's a bad day. I'm not getting my desires fulfilled, and because of that, it's not good. And what our ancestors were saying was, no matter what the weather is like, if you have woken up this morning and you have the opportunity to go outside, and this was one that came from Mukwe Wadamukwe on the late Jesse Clark and Guaco Gabo. They wrote in Abiinooji-Aki, Asema, respect tobacco, that when those elders I spoke about earlier, the Mindimweyak and the Akiwenziak would wake up in the morning, they would be out there greeting the sun with the Asema, with tobacco, with gratitude, with appreciation, with thanks. And the first thing they would do was acknowledge all of their relatives with the Asema, with the tobacco. They realized that, in a world filled with billions of people, hundreds of thousands of people did not wake up this morning. How many of them will not be able to see their relatives? How many of them will not be able to see the sun? And when you look at those invocations, for some people it may seem simple, but they are giving thanks for the sun shining on them. They are giving thanks for the air that they are breathing. They are giving thanks for the water that they are going to drink. They are acknowledging all of those things. And in this deep sense of awe and appreciation, they had gratitude. They were able to acknowledge that it was already perfect. That word gratitude I like because in Anishinaabe, this is a pretty new word. It's only about 400 years old. Our word for thank you is only about 400 years old. This comes from the end of the fur trade. At the end of an interaction, as they were bartering for, it'd be cloth, for beads, for copper, and They were bartering those with furs. At the end of their transaction, they would say, miigwech, miigwech. Now, if you do this in English, French, or Spanish, what comes at the end of a business transaction? Thank you. This was misinterpreted. Miigwech meant that's enough. That's all. That's all I want to trade. That's sufficient. When I thought of this, it was like, what kind of culture doesn't have a word for thanks in it? And I realized in a moment that I am dealing with a very spiritually mature culture. One that has gratitude embedded in its very word to wake up in the morning and say, it is a good day. It is perfect. Thank you. And I don't even need to express that in a word. They must have known that we would need this, though, if we're dealing with a culture with a word for thank you, and to be able to say, miigwech. We can use that today. When we say miigwech, we're saying, I am thinking of thanks. I am grateful. I have gratitude. And for me, that was just very profound, because when I think about it, miigwech, that's enough. And for a culture that understands that enough is a feast, I am not seeking out to hoard, I am not seeking out more than I could possibly use, enough is a feast, then I realized, what a beautiful perspective of using that term minnow to describe the day. When I use it with my thoughts and my emotions, minwendam, the first year Ojibwe student will learn niminwendam, I'm glad. Niminwendan, I like it. And when I interpreted it from that spiritual perspective, though, with minnow being in balance and aindam, my thoughts, this transformed the way I looked at my thoughts and my emotions. I began looking at some of these emotional terms. So you can have minwendam, I'm glad, I like it. Ingushkendam, I'm sad. That gushk, this is a gush kibidagan. It's my tobacco bag. This part here is gushk. It's to seal. It's to close. In gushkigwaso, I have sewn, I have joined these two pieces. And as I was driving here today, it's gushkidanogisis, although it's an incredibly beautiful day. The lakes are beginning to freeze over in the freezing overmoon. And if you look at the shores, you'll notice that the ice is beginning at the shore, and then it's going to cover. This is gushk. It's to cover. It's to close off. When you use a term like gushkendam, you're saying, I feel cut off from my ancestors. I feel cut off from my relatives. I feel separated from them. We can feel this way for people that we don't get to see often. People who may not be close to us, perhaps even people who are no longer with us, people who have gone home. And when we're talking about minwendam, we're saying, do I want to fully feel my emotions, to have them come up, to go through that circle where they're born, they grow, they reach maturity, and then they also ultimately pass on, because nothing on earth is permanent. Everything will go through that entire cycle. Do I let that feeling of sadness do that, or do I hold on to it? And this is the minnow part. This is the choice. This is the decision. I can feel that feeling completely and not let it dominate me, and not let it dominate my day, and not let it dominate my choices. And I speak about this from personal experience. Until I was about 35, my emotions and my thoughts called shots with me all of the time. In fact, the choices and decisions that people made would often, I could wake up and it was a beautiful day and I'd be happy, and you can read an email or you can have an interaction with someone, and if you are not able to let it go, if you're not able to let it go through that, it will follow you for the rest of that day. It would for me. And at that point I realized, I have ceded my emotional and mental sovereignty to something outside of myself. I do not have balance then. If something outside of me can call shots on how I think and how I act and how I make my decisions. So when I looked at minwendam, it was, I will have all of these experiences. I will have moments of Baba Maindamoan, where my thoughts are going around in a circle. It's how our ancestors described anxiety, thinking about something compulsively over and over. And that first time you think about it, it's not very bad, but by hour 6, and you've been thinking about it nonstop, it's very frustrating. It's very, it amps you up. They're like, okay, I am just going to feel this moment of anxiety. I'm going to let it go through that circle. And when it is done, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to seek equilibrium. And it doesn't mean that I can't feel these feelings. If they're joy, if they're excitement, if they're sadness, we wouldn't have words for them that describe them so beautifully and perfectly if our ancestors didn't know we would go through them. What they're saying is, don't cede your emotional sovereignty to outside circumstances. That would be ridiculous to them. Why am I going to let someone's actions, someone's choices, the weather affect my personal joy? I have no power over that. My only choice, my only power is in how I choose to react to those. And in that we can see, so that's our emotional, that's our mental. We have our physical part. And Minomanji-o, our physical well-being. Now, we all know that we have to make decisions if we want to have good health. We know what happens if we have a diet with too much sugar. We know what happens if we have a diet with too much salt, if we have a diet with too much fat and cholesterol. Then we're cruising for a bruising. We are looking at diabetes, we are looking at hypertension, high blood pressure, we're looking at heart problems. So in our choices with our physical action, with our diet, we need to make decisions that, I can have some stuff occasionally, but not all the time. I can't have a high fatty diet all the time. I can't eat lots of sugar all the time. Our ancestors were very fortunate because their culture and their cuisine helped them to be healthy. When you look at the cholesterol in wild game, in huias, in venison, it's not very fatty. In fact, it's really good for you. We don't have a lot of high salt in our diets, in our traditional diet, and our Anishinaabes in Zimbabwe, our traditional old school maple sugar, which was a main condiment in a lot of our food. You could only get so much because we got it from the trees. You could use it sparingly, but when you did, it was a medicine. And all of those foods, those are medicine. When we look at our traditional activities, those are good for our body. I know, and probably people who are watching right now, we've all put in a lot of monitor time, but if we look at our ancestors' example, they walked, they worked, they were in action all of the time. It was very good for their bodies. And when we look at those foods that feed us, they're all mushkiki, they're all medicine. Water is the first medicine. And we know that if we don't put good water in our bodies, then there's going to be zero potential for good health after that, for Minomanji-o. And that word, it's that mushkiki. There's no real bad medicine. It's only medicine that's been used inappropriately. And then we have our center, Mino-de-ewen, talking about being with our emotions. We can have our thoughts, which in turn can become our emotions, but if we have our emotional core, and we look at that word, Mino-de-e, to have a good heart, to be kind, to be generous. If we keep that at our center, that good-heartedness, that kindness, that kind of emotion that can't be affected by the choices and decisions of others, it is whoever runs into me is going to have to deal with my good-heartedness, with my kind-heartedness. Because you can't actually make me change. That word has in it that Mino-de-e, kindness, really reminds me of love, Zagi-it-duwen. And that Zagi-it-duwen, it has in it Zag, which is to emerge, it's to come out. So the same way that the sun rises in the morning, and when the Sagachuwe, when the sun comes from behind the horizon and the sun shines on the world, who is the sun shining on? Everyone and everything. We are seeing an example of what does Gijemana do, what does the kind spirit, the benevolent mysteries, unconditional love look like? When we have that Mino-de-ewen, that good-heartedness within ourselves. a balance that cannot be upset by the actions of others, then that's for the benefit of all of our relatives. And then we look at our spiritual path. When I looked at minose, this is one of those great words where I can't define if it's one or the other. So for me, it's both. One could be to walk in a good way, to walk along the path of life. So the ose is to walk. The others say it's spontaneity, to have good fortune, to have good luck, to walk along the path of life in a good way. And as we're walking along that path, we're doing ceremony. We're acknowledging our relatives. And you'll see this with the pipes that are used today, that those Ogichidog, that those people who have embraced all of those, good health, good physical health, good mental health, good emotional health, and good spiritual health, when they're using their pipes right now, when they're using their drums, when the asema, the tobacco is there, they are praying for all of the relatives. When you hear a word like Shawena Mishanom, Shawena Mishanom, Shawena Mishanom, Shawena Mishanom at the end of ceremony, to please bless, to please have compassion for, and to please love all of us unconditionally, you can see a perspective of traditional Ojibwe spirituality there. If I am all of my relatives and all of my relatives are me, if I truly believed in something, if I truly wanted something, I would ask for you all the same thing I would ask for myself. And what are they asking for at the end of ceremony? Blessings, love, and compassion for all of us. And in those prayers, you will hear them ask for the same thing they're asking for themselves. I pray, am begish sigo, mino manji oyek, am begish sigo min wain demek, am begish sigo mino de eyek, am begish sigo mino seyek. I'm praying for you all, that you walk along the path of life in a good way, that you have your thoughts and your emotions in balance so that you may know true joy. I am asking that you have good health. I am asking that you have kind-heartedness, that your center is in balance. And if you were able to do that, then no matter what choice or decision you make, you'll do it in a good way. You'll do it in a way that's positively beneficial for all of our relatives. Because we understand that we can't make people change. It's a futile task. It's a fool's errand. If we truly want to change the world that we're living in, we have to begin with ourselves. It begins in the center. And if that comes from the Buddha or Jesus or Mahatma Gandhi or Martin Luther King, it is to become the change that we want to see in our lives. And that if I radically and profoundly change myself, and I am all of my relatives and all of my relatives are me, have I in fact changed the world? If I have changed myself. And when you ask yourselves, and in closing, I entreat you all that if you truly want to change yourself, to seek out a life with Deboewen, with truth, where you speak from their heart, the center and core of your being, with Dabasain with humility, where you're not exalting yourself above all of your relatives. I am all of my relatives. With Manachi Itdiwen, with respect, to go easy on your relatives, to acknowledge their sanctity and the sacredness of their lives. With Saki Itdiwen, with that compassionate, unconditional love that emerges from within all of us. With Zungide Ewen, with that strength of heart. That strength of heart and that courage and bravery to acknowledge all of your relatives and to make those difficult choices along the path of life when you need to. With Gwakwadizawin, with virtue, with righteousness, with honesty, to make sure that your words are in alignment with your actions. At the Anishinaabe Ogichida, it doesn't say, just you're in my thoughts, in my prayers. It is, you are guaranteed to see a change in my action because I have put forward my thoughts and my prayers. Because they know that if they do those, every single one of their choices, every one of their decisions will be wise. It'll be intelligent. It'll be enlightened. It'll be nabwaka. It'll be positively beneficial, not just for themselves, but for someone coming 7 generations from now. And on that note, I want to take a moment and say, thank you so much for listening. What a privilege, what a pleasure to be here to be surrounded by so many elders, to be surrounded by the medicines. And again, what a privilege. Miigwech Bizendawiek. Meet you. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here with you guys.
It's wonderful. Good. Bujuminawa, Ishkadebene, Indigenous, Wabashishi, and Dodem. I would ask all of us, when I experience a lot of what will happen, has happened already, especially with what James has shared with us, and it's going to happen again throughout the day, is to take a moment and let something settle from that presentation. Just let something rest so that when I walk out, I am the change He's asked us to be. I am the change our ancestors have prepared us to be. And I'm the change that's preparing the next 7 generations for who we are laying the path. And so just rest a little bit. I have some announcement kind of stuff, and it just breaks the ambiance to me to have to do business here. So, and most of the folks that know me know I'm not quiet for very long, but this is a time I like to be quiet. So, there is some gratitude we'd like to express. There's been some call-in donations already. And I want to thank William D. and Lloyd K. It's your sharing that's going to be felt next September. Gosh, I'm trying to imagine those of you who have seen a sweat lodge or a teaching lodge. What we're going to experience next September, we're going to be in a structure constructed according to our traditions that will hold 5,000 people. We're not putting up a metal frame structure. This is going to be the gifts of the woods around us that come together to embrace us. Imagine that, and that'll give you a little bit of an idea of what we're in for next September. Should you register today, you can register, I mentioned it earlier, spiritofthewater.org. So early bird registration is already available. The first 5 registrations, and in a little bit Ann's going to show the sweatshirts, but there'll be a lightweight Women of the Water, Women in Water Coming Together sweatshirt available. Zippered. It says lightweight, but they're really kind of cozy. I've only got 2 of them, so. And there is one size small that says women can change the world. The first time I wore one of those shirts out into the public, got lots of wonderful questions. What do you mean women can change the world? Well, stand ready, because it's happening. It's happening. Those of you who are open to donations today, a $100 donation, we will offer you one of the zippered hoodie sweatshirts. A $50 donation, we will send one of our t-shirts. And you'll see the colors of them in a little bit. Engage with us on Facebook. I added a little decoration. I'm going to kind of slide it off to the side. But it's a single-stranded, multicolored, beaded necklace. And I had to twist Karen's arm to let me wear one, but she did. So, and again, I remind you, all of these, well, the sweatshirts are manufactured. All of the other gifts that have come from our hands. And they're a gift of heart, of expression, of creation that we share with you. So thank you. You've already met Suzanne. The part of Suzanne you haven't met is her creative expression that comes through song. And she's going to come share a song with us. I always love just laying back and letting her move me. And so, Suzanne, wasa anangukwe. Hanbe.
I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna sit down.
All set?
Yeah.
Okay, we go.
All right. I wanted to thank James for that lovely, or that beautiful teaching. I'm so glad it was recorded because I want to reflect back on it and over again. I think that a lot of it was such rich teachings that we could all take away from that. And it's all about perspective, too, of where we're coming from and our attitudes from where we're at, and that knowing that our ancestors are always there, and if we abide by the truth of our seven grandfather teachings, that we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. This song that I'm going to sing is actually about the I keep saying that, seven grandfather teachings, and I sang it last year, or actually in August, at the last symposium. I didn't have it actually written, I had just introduced it, and I still am working on it. It's probably going to be a work in progress for a little while. But anyway, here it goes. Wisdom, love, respect, bravery, honesty, humility, and truth. We've got the seven grandfather teachings. We've got the seven grandfather teachings. If we follow those seven teachings, we live that minnow bimad is a win. We live that minnow bimad is a win. Wisdom, love, respect, bravery, honesty, humility, and truth. Nibwakawin, Nibwakawin, Zagi day win, Zagi day win. Mina dendoma win, Mina dendoma win. Sorry about that. Nizundikide, Nizungide, Gaya quad is a win, Gaya quad is a win. Daba dain is a win, Daba dain is a win. The boy win, the boy win. We've got the seven grandfather teachings. We've got the seven grandfather teachings. If we follow those seven teachings, we live that minnow bimad is a win. We live that minnow bimad is a win. We live that minnow bimad is a win. How'd you guys like that? All right, Greg, where are you at?
I don't want to move.
Almost fell over.
We'll pick you up. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. That's the hard part. We have to stop and keep moving, but she'll be back. She'll be back. However you express gratitude, we have our first registration. Came in from Linda B. in Chicago. So follow me just for a minute. I've been mentioning these sweatshirts, but Linda will get one of our sweatshirts. Ann's going to come up and show these again later, but I've mentioned them a couple of times, and I just thought to give you since we're talking about them now, to get an idea of what they look like. So Suzanne got us started with the music, and it's a start. Our next, John, are you tuned up? Whoops. That's okay. John, son of Mel. He's been with us since, I think, our very first live stream. And if I'm not for our live streams, and he came in the middle of the night singing with us. He brings a bright presence to us, an energy in his music to us, and he's been at several of the symposium. Just always a joy when he's with us, and so he's getting strapped up back there. So we'll be patient with him. Again, a reminder, registration, spiritofthewater.org. If you're connected through Facebook, you have opportunities to donate there. And hold on one second. When you're online, there's a survey on the website. And now you're hearing this from Technodummy here. I have a real hard time navigating all the little icons and markers. But when you're on the face page of spiritofthewater.org, upper right-hand corner, you know how they put those three little lines that are supposed to tell us there's a menu in there? I think that's what they are. Okay. In that, there's a survey. And it'll give you opportunity to give us feedback as we're going along today. I had to apologize. Karen is our techno master. She asked me to look at it last night. Well, I looked at it, but she wanted me to fill out a survey. But fortunately, her son did that, and it's worked out well. So your feedback would be very, very welcome. So now we have John available. So, John, son of Mel. Miigwechoma.
All right. Right about there? All right. Wow, what a morning. What a morning. Buju Nungum. Buju Mitagum. Miigwech Nungum. Miigwech Mitagum. Miigwech Mandogami. That's how I try and start my morning with the limited Anishinaabe that I know, since this is the language that the woods that I live in know. But I think I'll start off with a song, and then, but thank you for all the teachings so far. This morning I woke up, clear skies, little bit of clouds on the horizons. But I was woken up by something this morning at 4 o'clock. Pitch black outside. And my first thought was something must be on my trail. Because, you know, that's how the colonized mind thinks. Something's always out to get me. And I'm so grateful to walk in and to be relieved of that notion. And the man who came up with that phrase, colonized mind, well, he didn't come up with the phrase decolonize the mind. His solution was to rehumanize the mind. And so a long time ago, a very long time ago, I was on a trail of a man who was said to live a long time ago, 2,000 years ago or so. It's said that this man, well, lived on the banks of a river. And that river is it's a narrow ribbon of muddy water halfway around the world. So there's a narrow ribbon of muddy water halfway around the world. And that narrow ribbon of muddy water connects the Dead Sea to the Sea of Galilee. That's where one round of trouble started, right? But there was a man who lived on the bank of that river, and that man was a holy man. It's said that he wore camel skin and lived on locusts and honey out there. And whatever else they ascribed to John the Baptist is that John the Baptist knew the value of good, clean, clear water. He knew the medicine of good, clean, clear water. He knew that good, clean, clear water could not only wash the skin and clear the mind, but he knew that good, clean, clear water could cleanse the soul. And I think that's why I'm here today. Is when these gals invite me, I can't say no. Can't say no. It's a holy cause. Well, I could say no, but it would be inviting a whole lot of trouble now, wouldn't it? There's a man on the black. So let's take a trip down that river. That narrow ribbon of muddy water halfway around the world. We're gonna take you down the Jordan where the current runs lean. Oh, the river runs dirty, some things are never clean. There's a man in a camel skin on the bank outside of town. Now he say baptizes some while others they sink drown. God blesses some more than others, I hear. But you know I ain't never seen him in his long gray beard. But I saw him this morning, and I saw her this morning, and I saw them this morning, and the way the sun peeked up over the horizon and over those maples and oak trees. Now some call it murder, others call it suicide. Oh, some think it righteous when it flows a crimson tide. God bless the soldiers every day they stay alive. And some think it holy if in his name they die. And boys, let me tell you that when cousins start to fight, an eye for an eye, well, they say it gets sanctified. Brother John's still out there on the riverbank outside of town. Oh, can't you hear him screaming? The warrior wears a crown. He cries out across the ages in the same hoarse voice. He's alone, standing sentinel with a solitary choice. His flocks spill a source we all hold dear. But you know I ain't never seen blood. You know I ain't never seen blood make a river run clear. Take it down to Jordan where the current runs lead. Now the river runs dirty, some things are never clean. There's a man in a camel skin on the bank outside of town. He's alone standing sentinel with a solitary choice. God blesses some more than others, I hear. But you know I ain't never seen him. You know I ain't never seen him. You know I ain't never seen him in his long gray beard. But I see her, them, it, and the way grass stretches up towards the sky, and the way leaves shimmer in the wind, and the way clouds drift across the sky, and the way ripples the water flowing down to the sea. Oh. Call that song River Jordan, and its purpose is to rehumanize John the Baptist. All practices are good for me are good to me as long as they honor the lives that are being led and the lives that have come before and the lives that are yet to come. So remarkable, showing up to do the right thing, the kind of medicine that it brings. Like this morning, walking in here, hearing James teaching. Because this fall, he was talking about a raptor. just talking about a raptor carrying a snake, and it was a couple of months ago that's been in my mind ever since. I walked outside my place, and I see this raptor carrying a snake flying right over my head. And once again, being the good colonized boy that I am, I started to think, well, that's a sign something's out to get me. But hearing his teaching this morning that it's a sign of balance. I like that. It makes a whole lot more sense. Power of water. Brought two people together, these two people in this song. My father, who I born of a farmer in Minnesota, grew up baling hay, mending fence lines, mucking out barns, going to bed every night with the sounds of trucks going by on the highway. Just over the horizon, he counted those trucks like sheep till they would send him off to sleep, where he would dream of what it must feel like to be a wheel out rolling on the open road. So in love with travel was my father, born of that farmer in Minnesota. He grew up on a tract of land called the Half-Breed Acres. A giant rectangle of land that stretched from Red Wing down to Wabasha, Minnesota. But he grew up baling that hay, mending those fence lines, listening to those trucks every night going by on the highway just over the horizon. And he would count them like sheep. And they would send him off to sleep, where he would dream of what it must feel like to be a wheel out rolling on the open road. And so in love with travel was my father, born of that farmer in Minnesota. Well, he memorized the towns up and down the mighty Mississippi. Names like Red Wing and Hastings, Wabasha, Winona, La Crosse, La Crescent, Dubuque, and Davenport, down through Rock Island, further down through Joplin, St. Louis, the old music city of Memphis, Vicksburg, Baton Rouge, all the way down to where that big muddy runs out of Bank and enters the larger Gulf. At the age of 18, he ran away from home to the nearest river town. Came out of a store with a bottle, and he found a grassy knoll on the outskirts of town to sit down and watch that river flow down through the Gulf of Mexico, sending thoughts, sending prayers, asking for directions. It dawns on me this morning that water's always one to go to when in need of direction. But he sat there on that riverbank, and he loved watching the eagles course the currents high above the bluffs on the Wisconsin side, while down below, 2 miles across that mighty river, a train went by the little town of Nelson. And he loved watching those barges ply those currents. And he noticed too how the water came and went, but how the river stayed, wondering if he could do the same, leave just enough of him behind to find his way back home again. And towards sundown, he finished that bottle, wrote a note, a prayer, tucked it inside that bottle, put the cap on tight, and he stood up. And with the conviction of the mightiest of preachers baptizing the dirtiest of souls, my father, born of that farmer in Minnesota, well, he threw that bottle in the river. And he said, I'll see you in New Orleans. And he ran away and he rode freight trains for a while. And then he joined the army. And years and years and years passed. But he eventually used that same river to find his way back home again. So today I went and bought myself a bottle like he used to do. Reminded me of you. Today I saw a train roll by the river, blowing off the steam, reminded me of me. That's when I threw the bottle in the river. That's when I started running for the train. There's nothing you don't need, I can't deliver. Carry me away, carry me away. Now, my mother, also born of a farmer in Minnesota, she too grew up baling hay, mending fence lines, mucking out barns, feeding chickens, selling berries along the gravel roadsides. In the summertime, riding bareback. But she too wondered what it would be like to jump the fence lines of the family farm, enticed by the bright lights of city nights. Thanksgiving weekend, 1962, they met in one of those river towns. 1 month later for Christmas, he gave her a ring, 'cause as they would say for the next 56 years, when you know, you know. And 4 children, 13 grandchildren, and those 56 years later, my father, born of that farm in Minnesota, went on up ahead to prepare the next place for his bride. In a land where they say the sun never sets and the moon and stars always still shine. Make it 8:45 California time. Whoever said it was easy was either a liar or a fool, 'cause it ain't true. And any promise we make is as easy to break as the plastic candles on a wedding cake. He still loves her, and she knows he's true. If you think about it from far away. like that song about my folks. And every morning I try and remember them and remember their folks and their folks and their folks and their folks. And usually I go out and do it. One of the spots I do it is by this old oak tree, who's not yet old. But this oak tree gave me a poem one day. And I forgot, I wanted to read the poem, but I forgot it. And it's one of those things I don't have memorized yet. But the first line that the oak tree gave me was, "You have more grandfathers than all the leaves I've ever grown since I first sprouted as an acorn." And that just stopped me dead in my tracks. And I just tried to think about all the grandfathers I've had and the grandmothers I've had. And if I go back, what is it? I think it's 7 generations. It takes 1,000 people to create one. Because you got 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1,024. I think that's 7 generations. So just going back 7 generations takes me to over 1,000 people that had to survive in order for me to be here. If that's not worth a lot of daily gratitude, I don't know what is. So I try and think about them. And I try and think about the ones who may have turned out like I was in my younger years, who kind of lived more of their shadow lives. And because if I look at my lineage from where I came from, man, there were a lot of colonized people that did a lot of nasty things. And those people need my prayers as well. And in remembering them, they get redemption. And I remember who I no longer have to be, thanks to them and thanks to their memory. But because of that, I wrote this song that I know some of the wild women here enjoy. The wild women, and I mean that in the most reverent way, ladies. That means don't mess with them. And that's why I consider it an honor to stand behind these women and water. Because too often, men have tried to lead the way and we just get into trouble. And it reminds me of what Jane Goodall, when she said, yeah, we forgot about something. We forgot about something that all other social animals, all other primates remember, is that, yeah, sure, they want the figurehead of their tribe to be the meanest looking, biggest male around to scare off competing clans and tribes. But whenever that biggest, baddest male initiates an action, the first thing he does is looks back at the middle-ranking females to see if it meets their approval. And if it does not, he changes his behavior until it does. That's the thing we forget about Jane Goodall's teachings about what it means to live in unity with identity within all living things. And that's any mammal, any social animal does that same thing. They look to the middle-ranking females to see if that's the right action to take. And we have to trust Jane Goodall. Because how long did it take her? Does anybody remember how long it took Jane Goodall to be able to communicate with the chimpanzees that she ended up studying? I remember this one guy I met, he said, yeah, I thought, when I looked it up, I thought it took months and months and months. She went and sat for 5 years. 5 years. And I think of that as that's how long it's going to take me sitting out in the woods that I live in, communing with that oak tree, communing with the raspberries, the blackberries, communing with the sweet grass and the sweet fern and Hay Creek and the rains and the clouds and the roots and the trees and the bees and the blooms and the blossoms and all stems from seeds, from all who slither and crawl to all who fly, from the furred, feathered, finned, skinned, the scaled, the shelled, from all who prepare, from all who seed and sprout, nurture, fertilize, prepare, everything that grants, everything that I see life. It's going to take me at least 5 years to rehumanize this colonized mind that creeps up on me every single morning, every single day. And that's why it's such an honor to come here and help this worthy cause of these delightfully beautiful women and stand behind women and look for their cues. Am I doing okay, Mary Ellen? Because remember, there is no wrath like that of a woman who is not obeyed. I'm so grateful for the pipe this morning. I'm so grateful for the words that I was given. Yes. Yes. It was September 12, 2003, and I was minding my own business in a foreign city when a western breeze blew this long curtain of my open window straight into the room, bringing in with it the sounds of a city of 12 million people starting to slow down after a busy day of moving one another to and fro. I heard trains, I heard diesel buses, I heard taxi drivers honking their horns and street vendors hawking their wares. All those honking horns, and behind it all, that sound of a train. And that train told me to pick up a guitar, turn to a new sheet of paper and start writing a song down. And when a breeze tells me what to do, well, I try and do that as well. And I got something like 3 verses and a train chorus, but I couldn't figure out what the song was trying to tell me. Because that's how songs sometimes work. They're trying to tell you something before you know it. So I put the song down and I was going out to play with a few friends of mine that night. And I no more than walked into the club and they said, "Hey, John." I said, "Hey, what?" And they said, "Did you hear who died today?" And I said, "No, who died?" And they said, "Johnny Cash." And instantly in my head, I knew what the song was about, because that's how songs sometimes work. They're trying to tell you something before you know it. Like that raptor carrying a snake a couple of months ago was trying to tell me something before I knew what it was about. And I had to walk in here this morning and hear James tell me what that meant. And it's been on my mind for a couple of months. And I thought remember what I told you? I thought it was something out to get me, because that's how my colonized mind thinks. But it was something out to redeem me, because that's how the indigenous mind thinks. Out for a sense of balance. And these words aren't mine. I say prayers. When I got here this morning, I went and put tobacco out in the fire, saying, please give me something good to say for these good women, for these good men, for my ancestors who took 1,000 of them, 7 generations to get me here. 1,000 of them. And here I am today, hoping to do them justice, hoping to become something worth descending from, as Martine Prechtel says. So I went home that night after hearing that the train song that I was trying to write was about Johnny Cash. And, well, I was thinking, as I was on my way home, I started thinking about the time my dad came home. About the time he met Johnny Cash. He was going up this escalator, you see, and he's going up and he looks up, and who's coming down the escalator? The other side, but Johnny Cash and an entourage. And now my father, who I was born to that farmer in Minnesota, was my size, and I think, you know, there were a lot of things in life he may have been afraid of, but other people were never one of them. So he started pushing people out of his way so he could walk down that upgoing escalator, because he liked to go the wrong way. And as they met, he stuck his hand out across the divider and he said, "Hello, Mr. Cash. My name is Mel Adler, and my son John, who's about 5, is probably your biggest fan." And Cash looked across at my father, shook his hand, and he said, "Well, hello, Mel. You tell your boy hello from Johnny Cash." And he walked in the door, and I could already smell the old Milwaukee and Pall Malls on his breath and his slicked back hair. And he picks me up, puts me on his lap on the couch, and he tells me this story. And I fell so in love in that moment with my outlaw father, born to that farmer in Minnesota, on a tract of land they call half-breed acres, that I forgave him for anything he had ever done to me. So I had to give this last verse to my father. And this goes out to all the fathers, all the mothers, everyone. No one gets out of here alive. That's what makes it such a great place to live. If we didn't die, we would know how grateful life could be, how grand life could be, how great this one and only day could be. So I thank my ancestry for doing whatever they could to survive so that I could be here too today, so that you could be here today too. Their words came fighting like thunder and lightning. Now the songs are acted out in mime. Those singers, they've run out of time, and the clock keeps ticking like a bomb on the wall. I wish it would stop, but it'll outlive us all. All aboard the Harvest Moon. That's a train, that's the name of the train. We'll all one day ride the Harvest Moon. This The worker rattles off his rides as the seeker says he's got sight. All make charades of being happy in their own world while the world goes anywhere but right. And Anantha came dressed in the color of gloom, giving voice to those who felt misused and marooned. All aboard the Harvest Moon. All aboard the Harvest Moon, the train carrying loved ones always leaves too soon, much too soon. And no one returns from the tomb, leaving room for doubt to consume. The visionary's glance of another springtime goes down, a flaming sun and ruin. And the conductor rushes up a creaking ladder, preaching we'll all be better off in the here and after. All aboard the Harvest Moon. All aboard the Harvest Moon, the train carrying loved ones always leaves too soon. And my father met you under the same blue sky I stand under, and in the ground you both now lie. How he told you I was your biggest fan, you took the time to shake his calloused hand. And you said be sure to tell your boy from me, hello from Johnny Cash. But now you're both on that train, you're all on that train they call the Harvest Moon. All aboard the Harvest Moon, the train carrying loved ones always leaves too soon, much too soon.
After the sales.
Oh, thank you all. Thank you all.
Oh, miigwech, miigwech, miigwech.
I'll save the shadow song for you later.
Speaking of having to leave too soon, miigwech, John. Couple quick announcements. Kathy, if you're listening, I had to cut you off. I will call you back. A couple of, excuse me, bonjour. Minwa, ishkidebede Indigenous, wabasheshi and dodem. Oh, John, always an inspiration. The word, when he talked about setting tobacco to the fire. Asema ke ishkude. Give me something good to say. Would you agree that the tobacco worked? That's the power of that prayer we put in the tobacco. So thank you, John. We talked about our online store. Ann and Jennifer are going to share some of the items that we have available at the online store. And following that, Suzanne will introduce our next speaker. You met her earlier this morning, Karen Bright, but she'll come back to share more detail of her journey. So at that, the other thing John referenced was his parents of 56 years. Ann and I have been walking that journey for 54 years, so nice journey, Minir.
Bonjour, Ndeway Maganiduk, Nabi Manidukwe, Indigenous. I'm a Mohawk descendant, Akwesasne Mohawk from Cornwall Island, Ontario. My great-great-grandmother was born there. She married my great-great-grandfather from England. They moved to Manitoulin Island in 1905. They moved to Sheboygan, Michigan, where I was born and where much of my family still resides. Greg and I have met and married in Marquette, Michigan, went to Albuquerque, went to Muskegon, went to New Baltimore, Michigan, went to Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, where is his homelands, to Newberry, Michigan, and to Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, where we've lived for the last 33 years. My native name means water spirit woman. It led me to Abiinooji-Aki and women in water, and that's how I came to stand before you today. I'm so, so grateful for the time you're spending with us. I know everyone has a busy life, and to take time out to spend and share that with us humbles me. So, and today my cohort here, I'll let her introduce herself.
Her shy partner. Hi, Bonjour, everyone. Thanks for joining in. My name's Jennifer. I'm from Chicago, and I have my grandmother was from here, and my mom. So it's always nice to return. But anyhow, thank you for joining us, and yeah.
Okay, today we have a lot of new offerings. By support, our items are made and offered from Native people, and if they're not Native made, I will let you know that. They're given with a good heart to help support us, and we need many resources to bring the summit to you in next September. So your support by purchasing these items, everything that we take in goes directly to support the summit. So in advance, I'm grateful that you're taking your time to listen to me. Okay, why don't we start up here? This lap quilt was made and donated to us by Danielle LeBlanc, and you'll be fortunate to hear her speak later today. She lives in Boynton, Florida, and she came all the way with her husband, Joseph Many Horses, to be with us today. This is a veteran's quilt, lap quilt, that can be used for someone who maybe is spending their days in a wheelchair. It's a nice way to cover their legs and lap to keep them comfortable. It also, if you don't have a veteran that you would want to share this with, it could be used on a table as a decoration for the various patriotic holidays. And it's quality quilting. It's beautiful. So the next thing we have, these two are the bath sheet size towels, and I made them with Sweat Lodge in mind. This one, Mang, is the loon, and we do have a loon clan. And this one is Baziki, the buffalo. And so the holidays are coming, and as I show you these things, keep that in mind. There's some lovely gifts here. I have 2 sets of towels. These are the geometric patterns that are often seen in the West and Southwest. They're kind of a clay color, earthy color, and each set includes a washcloth, hand towel, and bath towel. These are more woodland designs and are in the black. All these towels have been washed, and so you can see how they launder as well. This one is actually, you get a bonus washcloth set. They have the dream catcher on them, so you get 2 washcloths, a towel, and a bath towel. These were, when I bought them, they were advertised as travel towels, which means they're absorbent, but they're also a little thinner so that they pack in your suitcase if you're going to a place where you have to have your own towels with you. Down here we have a couple dish towels. They're bear paws on them. So if you're bear clan, that might be a nice thing to add to your kitchen. And here, this little apron was made for us by Mary Ellen herself. It's a child's size. This is used if they're helping with feast, and a lot of times our youth are the ones that serve our elders, so they can protect their skirt as they're doing their work in the lodge. So, and also if they don't have a skirt, it's something they can put over to help with that. Okay, let's get the shirts. I have 2 veteran shirts left. They're both the same. One is a medium and one's an extra large. These are nice if you're serving as an honor guard. They also come with whatever your branch of the service was. I have the embroidery design for all the different branches, symbols? Emblem, there we go. And so if you let us know if you buy one of these shirts, they have the eagle and the stars on them. If you buy one of these shirts, please let us know what branch of the service you need, because I have the emblems for all the different branches, including the Merchant Marine. So, okay. Then we have some more. We have 3 things have been selling before I've even gotten on the air. So thank you for purchasing if you have. I have 3 commercially made shirts that have been embellished. This one is a Calvin Klein shirt, a medium size. Let me see. It went away. I forgot. I lost the size. Oh, here's the tag. It's a medium. Oh, I have to put my eyeballs on here just a minute. A medium 15.5, 34, 35. It's a herringbone pattern in the fabric itself. Nice quality shirt. This one is a size large, bear. So if you're Bear Clan, it has the paws on the pocket, up the right side, on the cuffs, and on the back, the full bear. So, and that one is an arrow shirt, and I sewed part of it to 17.5, but I don't have the sleeve length. It does look to be a 34, 35 as well. This is a 2X, same pattern as here, geometric pattern with, I have a matching skirt with this that I'm going to show you in a minute. So if we want to go his and her, we do have that. Okay. I have just, oh my goodness, we're down to really 3 shirts. They're popular. I have an empty hanger. This one is a quilted skirt. It has 10 8-pointed stars on it. And in the center of each starter is a little ribbon with a cowrie shell. Inside the pocket, you'll find the washing instructions. All the skirts, you can add elastic to the waist if you need to add, if you have to be comfortable, and you can also pull the elastic in simply by opening up a little spot in the elastic and adjusting it there. And then they all have like a 2 to 2.5 inch hem in them, so they can be let down if you're taller. They can be taken up if you're shorter. So I'm 5'5", and this comes up a little high on me. So someone probably 5'2" to 5'4" would be really comfortable wearing this. Okay. All the skirts have pockets in them, and I've given my pocket story every time. I won't right now because we're short on time. But they do have the little copper water bucket to honor the water walkers and the water protectors, and that's why you'll find them there. This is the skirt that matches the shirt I just showed you. Has the geometric design on the pockets. It has the ribbons are anchored with little water drops. And again, there's a really generous hem, so it can be let up or taken up or let down and pulled in or let out. And here's the pair. And the last skirt we have to offer you today was made by Mary Ellen, Grandmother Mary Ellen. So if you want a Mary Ellen original, this is the ribbons are hand sewn on. So nice pastel, lovely skirt. Okay. Up here, this is an altar, what I call an altar cloth. It's a large size. It's the only one we have. I ran out of time. I didn't get any small ones made. But this one has a dream catcher on it, and then 4 feathers, eagle feathers. And what most people use this for is in ceremony. They'll often lay it on the ground or lay it on a small table and put their sacreds on it, maybe lay their pipe on it, or it can be used to put your sacreds that you keep out open in your home. You can put them on this. Okay. One thing I didn't do when we first started that I was going to do was show you, again, we are so grateful for your support. And these are the sweatshirts. Greg showed you the wrong one. But these are the sweatshirts that we have available for the first 5 registrants. So I believe the name of the lady that gave us our first of 5,000 registrations is Linda from Chicago. So you'll be receiving one of these shirts. Chat with us and let us know. We have a few sizes, so we'll try to get what you need in size. It says Women Can Change the World on the back. Our initials, WWCTS, Women Coming Together Summit. And our website, spiritofthewater.org. So for the first 5 registrants, and again, our registrations, it's an early bird registration, so there's a discount. The first until January 1st, and then January 1st, our registration will go up a little bit. So that's that. This is the heavier fleece sweatshirt. We have it in size small up to 4X. And it's a nice quality sweatshirt. In the back, again, it's the Women and Water Coming Together. Women Can Change the World. And in the center is a lovely design donated to us by Shaban Marks. It's a woman in the waves, Nibi, water. And on the front it says Abiinooji-Aki. That's our Women in Water falls under that nonprofit organization. So you will receive this with a donation of $100 or more. And so please donate. And for a donation of $50 or more, we have these T-shirts, which are a nice quality cotton T-shirt. I'm looking, cotton, 100% cotton. And so it has the same Nibi water on the back and Abiinooji-Aki on the front. And we have these from small up to 4X as well. So please let us know when you donate what size shirt you would like to receive. Okay, I think we're good for now. I think that's as far as we'll go. And we'll see you again in another segment. Thank you.
Am I on? Okay. All right, so we have the privilege of bringing our next speaker up, Karen Bright. She was actually here earlier this morning during our opening. And I just that well, but I have been here in this area for about 10, 15 years, and I have watched Karen and just seen how she has progressed and been here at the Lekudere Ojibwe College for a little while until it transformed into the Ojibwe University. But Karen, please, thank you for coming here. Thank you for being here. She's going to share a story with us today about the grandmother, your grandmother?
My mother.
Her mother, okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to get out of here.
Okay. For those of you who weren't listening earlier, I'll introduce myself. Manaduga Wikwe Indigenous, Makwa and Dudim, Odawazaga Egening and Nunjiba, Nimin Wendam Oma Nungum. Good morning, my name is Karen Bright, and I am here to share a story with you. Earlier I was honored to give a welcome, and now I'm here for part 2 of the blood memory and healing aspects of water story. So, have you ever felt drawn to the water? Not just for thirst, but for comfort and healing? What if that instinct isn't something we learn, but something we're born with? Something written in our DNA? This story is about the healing aspect of water and about knowledge that isn't taught but carried inside of us, passed down through generations. Some of it good, some of it not so good. As Indigenous people, we have collective blood memories. But in telling this story, I left out one of the most amazing aspects, an example of what I relate as blood memory. Today I want to share that with you. When I was a girl, whenever I was upset and needed to get away, I'd run from the house, down the driveway, across the road, down the embankment, past the spring, through the woods, to the river where there was a log, and I'd sit on the log. I'd sit on that log and just cry it out, or stew and whatever it was that had sent me running. After a time, something would happen. I'd hear the sound of water rushing by, carrying itself downstream. I'd feel the sunshine on my face, on the top of my head. I'd see the sparkle of sunlight dancing on the water, insects hovering over it. Maybe I'd see a fish jump, or a turtle perched on a log, or a frog watching me from the edge. And before long, I'd begin to feel better, as if the water was carrying away my troubles, as if the river itself was soothing my emotions. Well, that girl grew up. She married, she had babies. It's another kind of water story. She raised children, is part of a large extended family, worked in a professional career, went to college as a non-traditional student multiple times. She became a leader in her community. And let me tell you, that's not easy to say as an Indigenous person, and even harder as a female Indigenous person. We stay humble. We don't call ourselves leaders. In our way, leadership doesn't look like celebrity status. It looks like stepping up, taking on responsibility, making sacrifices, working hard, caring for others. In these ways, anyone can be a leader. Through all of that, life's trials and tribulations, I've had many occasions to seek the comfort of healing and water. And it's always been there for me. It doesn't always look like a dramatic young girl running away. Sometimes it looks like driving to the big lake and sitting on the shore and listening to the sound of waves lapping. Sometimes it's a hike through the woods to a waterfalls. Sometimes it's a hot shower. And yes, sometimes it's the therapy of washing the dishes. Years passed. One day, I was sitting with my then elderly mother at her kitchen table, visiting and sharing a cup of tea, as often we did. I was half listening and half just relaxing and enjoying the peace of my mother's presence, when suddenly I tuned into what she was saying. She was telling me a story from her childhood. And it was like she was telling me my own story, but from her perspective. In her words, she told me of when she was a girl, whenever she was upset and needed to get away, how she would run down the driveway and across the road and down the embankment, past the spring, through a little bit of woods to the river, where she said there was a log, and she would sit on that log and let the water heal her. She was telling me the story from my childhood. It was like she was telling me my own story, but from her perspective. I was stunned. I'd never told my mother that I used to do the same thing. Yet here she was, decades later, describing my ritual as her own. This must be blood memory, because there's no other way to explain it. I'd never told my mother that I did that practice. And I, up until that time, had never heard her tell me that story of her childhood. My mother's gone now. I don't have a biological daughter, though I have been blessed with many that I call daughter. But if I did, I believe she too would run to the water in times of stress and let it heal her. This is my story about the healing aspect of water and about blood memory. I hope it reminds you that some knowledge isn't learned, it's carried with us. I leave you with these questions. What is your water story? Where do you go to heal? The water takes care of us. How can we take care of the water? Miigwech, Bizindaoyeg. Misiu.
I need my mic. They took my earpiece and speaker or my microphone away. All right, so I do have some miigwetches, some thank yous for some donations. One of them is from William D. Another one from Lloyd K., also known as Rick. We've got a Native American educational tech who have provided a donation, as well as Paul Demain and Mary from Rivers Journey Wellness. So thank you, miigwech. Our next guest here is a singer. He's been here many times. He actually was the original songwriter for our song, for our Women in Water. He wrote that with I can't remember his name, Mike Butcher. And so Paco is getting ready to come on up here. And let me see if I had anything else I needed to mention. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, so we're just doing some adjusting. Paco is getting ready, and let's see. I guess I could remind you about our upcoming meeting for next September. We are going to have, I'm not even sure, the Women in Water Indigenous Summit, and we're going to be gathering 5,000 women. And with that, there's a lot of need for donations. We are trying to get a wonderful quality or high quality show or event for you, which will require a lot of speakers and singers and other participants that are going to be, I guess, giving you information, valuable information. All right. Getting closer.
We need a couple minutes to get the sound.
Okay. Okay. Oh, do I have a song? Well, you know, I actually might do have one. And while he's waiting, I can actually talk a little bit about it. You know how we go through life and we're told that we can, that there's spirit guides out there, or there's angels out there that will always provide for you, that will always work for your advantage and work. They always want the best for you, always fighting for you. And it has to do with those things that you're wanting, things that you desire. And what we as humans think as wanting is, what I have found is kind of different from what the way the Spirit actually sees wanting. And I will define that by saying what we define, or what we want is, we say what we want. We say what we desire through our mouth. But what the Spirit sees is what our heart, what we're feeling, what our heart is feeling, what our minds are thinking. It does play a role in it, but what really counts more is what we're feeling. And so I have this one song that I have been thinking about, I've been working on, and it's called What You Are Wanting. And it's actually from the voice, from the perspective of Spirit, because we have to pay attention to what we are wanting, and what we are wanting is what we're feeling. And if we go through the day and you think about, at the end of the day, think about what was it that you spent most of your time? Was it spent in aggravation? Was it spent in anger? Was it spent in peace? Was it spent in joy? Was it spent in gratitude? And so when we worry about things and we're I guess we get wrapped around the axle sometimes, and we can't get out of it, and we stay there. Those things, those emotions that are attached to that become our wanting. And even though it's maybe the opposite of what you really are saying, what you really want and what you're saying, what you're feeling is, again, like I say, what the Spirit sees that you want. And so when the Spirit hears you wanting these things and hears your voice asking you, like, what is it that you're asking? What is it that you're wanting? And what are you willing to sacrifice? I heard somebody say that earlier. You have to sacrifice a little bit for what you want. And so this song, it's only like 1 minute, if that. But it goes like this. And I don't have my shaker with me, so I'm going to do it a cappella. And again, this is from the Spirit talking to us. I feel you wanting. I hear you wanting. But what are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to sacrifice for what you are wanting? For what you are wanting. And I have to apologize because last night this thing came over my voice and my sinuses started draining, and they drained so much that it kind of made my throat raw. So last night I was doing the neti pot. I was like gargling salt water. And I woke up and I thought, how's my voice? And I started singing and it started cracking. And I'm like, oh, well, it's how it's gonna be today. So thank you for listening. And Paco, are you about ready?
We gotta check levels.
Oh, check levels, okay. But anyway, that was my one song.
Sounded good.
Thank you. Yeah. Mary Ellen, you want to come up here and help us sing another song?
Check. Check, 1, 2, 3, check. I'm good if you are.
Well, mine's on my watch.
All right, we're going to go towards Paco now. So Paco, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Suzanne. Are we live? Buju Ninewe Magnaduk, the Bashki Jagayanini, Dijnakas, Wabashashi Ninodam, Waswagning Nunjaba. I'm Paco Freilich, I'm Leonard Freilich. I'm the Bashki Jagayanini. And so much more. And I'm happy to be back here. It feels like home. Yeah, I feel real rooted here. I was feeling that when I was outside arriving, and I have a lot of mentors here that have grounded me in this part of the country, and a lot of great ceremony experiences, fasting I've done on the reservation here, and things that still I feel when I get here. I feel it. And so I haven't played for a little while, but Mary Ellen and I have always stayed in contact, and she's like a grandma to me. My grandmas have passed, but so she's my adopted grandma. I don't know if she adopted me, but I adopted her. And she's a great role model and mentor, and I know she doesn't look for the accolades, but she's been one of the pivotal people in my experience. I'm Ojibwe from Lac du Flambeau on my mom's side. And my dad's here as well, Len Freilich, today, and I'm going to honor him with a song. But it's through my mom's side that lineage and that blood memory, as she was talking about, carries through me. And so I'm going to share some songs today that I've written, maybe a few that I didn't write, but they still carry meaning for today. And we'll see what message comes through regarding the water. I didn't script anything out. We're just going to see what what comes through. And how's the volume? Good? This is a song that I wrote, and I was in Green Bay, Wisconsin with my wife, and she loves Target, so I was sitting outside in the parking lot waiting for her to come out, and I was noticing this farm that was very old and old school and kind of run down, and I was admiring the tenacity of this farmer to hold on. And I didn't intend to write a song, but I wrote the music for it, and we were in the studio one day and we recorded the rhythm section. And I thought, well, hopefully I can write some words to this. And every time I'd sit down, this picture of this farm would come in my mind. And I thought, no, I'm not going to write about that. And I would try another day, and the farm kept coming in my mind. And I began, I sat down and it just poured out. And I re-recorded the song. And it's been quite synchronistic for me. Because I was playing in Door County, and I got done playing a show, and I went to hear this band play, and they got me up on stage, and I was going to play this song, and as I got done playing the song, and my buddy in the audience came up and said, "I grew up next door to that farm, and I used to cut the grass, and we would throw the grass clippings over the fence and feed the cows on this farm." So that was synchronicity one. Then the people sitting off the stage right below me know the farmer. And I start thinking, I'm connecting all these dots, you know. And we recorded this song, and it's going to be on our next album whenever that gets done. It's called He's Holding On. Every morning he's up before the rising sun. He's been working these fields the way his daddy done, planting a dream with every seed he's sown. His way of life is almost gone, barely holding on. Now the city is growing all around him, where rows of corn used to dance in the wind. You can see the writing on the wall of the new Walmart and shopping malls. It's barely holding on. Holding on to the past, holding fast to his dreams. He wonders why's the price so high to work in the land of the free. But he shed blood, sweat, and tears for this place he calls home. He feels it slipping away, but he's holding on. Sometimes he feels forsaken. Some days it's a little harder to be strong. His family's been here for generations. He hopes someday that he can pass it on. Now he prays for rain and the world to slow down, because the well is dry and the bank's been coming round, selling out against everything he's known, waiting on a miracle to come along. Till then he's holding on. He's holding on to the past and holding fast to his dreams. Wonders why it's a price so high to work in the land of the free. He shed blood, sweat, and tears for this place he calls home. He feels it slipping away, but he's holding on. Yeah, he's still holding on. Thank you. Be good. Can we turn the speakers up or something? I can't. So. So I was, a couple years back, I did a fast. I think it was in Bad Axe, Michigan. And I was shown things on the fast that were about letting go. I'm going to tune while I'm doing this here. And every fast I've done has been different with that fast. For those that don't know, you're put out in the woods in a lodge in a ceremonial fashion. And the way it was explained to me, as your physical dependency and attachment lessens, your spiritual increases. And so it's a place where, as men, where we go out to seek connection to our source, our creator. And on this particular fast, I was shown things that I needed to let go of that had been weighing me down. I was shown my son that was going to be going to college. He was our last child at home. And I had been a bit of a workaholic, so I was kind of regretting that. But I was shown things he would go through in his college experience. And as a parent, you want to shelter them, right? But it was very clear that it was his experience to have. And that sometimes we want to hold things and keep them from the world, right? But if you hold good things back, they can wither. And so this message was there would be a time to let him go. I was shown inventions that hadn't happened yet. I wish I would have jumped on that one. But about 5 years ago, I saw some of the inventions that they're out there now. I was taken in a nursing home, and I was shown elders that were close to walking on. One of them offered me red licorice, and I almost took it, but I caught myself. And so I was seeing all these phases of life. But the message that was clear was that there's a sense of letting go, but there's also, at the same time, a sense of holding on. And they go together. And so the morning my son drove away for college, my wife went for a walk, and this song came out in about half hour. Apologize, but I use different tunings and I want this to sound good for you. So and I know James knows Ojibwe Moan way more than I do, but I'm learning. And so in Ojibwe Moan, there's no word for goodbye, correct? I understand the teaching about it now. But we say Gegawabaman, we'll see you again. Well, I remember the day that you were born, the first time I held you, so little in my arms. It seems like yesterday, but now look at how you've grown. Well, I knew that someday you'd set out on the world to build a life, start a family of your own. Though I wish that you could stay, I know that you must go. So I'm letting go, even though it hurts me so. This ain't goodbye. I dry those tears in my eyes, and I hope you see how much you mean to me. You're forever in my heart and in my soul. So I'll be strong and hold on as I'm letting go. Years have flown by, and changes have come like a raging river after the storm. Time just slips away, but our love goes on and on. It's been a good run. Going home beyond the sky to a place that's better, I know. When you think of me, I hope you smile. It's only for a little while. I'll be waiting for you, don't you know? I'm letting go, And I know it hurts you so, but this ain't goodbye. Now dry those tears from your eyes. I hope you see how much you mean to me. That I'm forever in your heart and in your soul. So please be strong. Hold on. As I'm letting go. Thank you. I don't get that at every show. Shishiguans. All right. So I was blessed to have two grandfathers that were great fishermen. And my grandpa, Stan Christensen from Lac du Flambeau, was a fishing guide. And I didn't get to know him too well because he passed when I was 2 years old. But my dad's dad was George Freilich from Islander. And he taught me how to trout fish. And so I was very young. I was pretty short, and sometimes the streams were intimidating and deep for me. But he didn't share it with me, but it was found when he passed. You see, he had been pretty sickly and had recovered through alcoholism and that. But whenever he would get out in the stream, it made him feel good. And my aunt found a letter that he wrote. It was a poem or a letter to God. And he was talking about how that made him feel. And so I still go to some of the trout streams that he took me to. And it's a way that we connect. And there's something about the movement of that water, isn't there? And the flowing of that water. So, this is for my grandpa. I was just a little boy, but I remember it all. Walking through the fields where the grass was green and tall. With my left I held my grandpa, with my right I held my pole. And we watched the morning sunrise, walking to the fishing hole. That rippling water, icy cold, would chill me to the bone. But there was no place I'd rather be on a lazy summer morn. Together we learned every mile of that old stream. And together we shared a country boy's dream. In the time we spent together, we became the best of friends. I learned his way of life, and we talked man to man. It didn't even matter if we caught anything. I love fishing with my grandpa on that old trout stream. Well, I recall the spring just before Grandpa died. He said, son, let's go fishing with that sparkle in his eye. Though he could barely walk, we still had a lot of fun. There was something about that stream that made him feel young. And in the time we spent together, we became the best of friends. I learned his way of life, and we talked man to man. It didn't even matter if we caught anything. I love fishing with my grandpa on that old trout stream. I was just a little boy, but I remember it all. Walking through the fields where the grass was green and tall. With my left I held my grandpa, with my right I held my pole. And we watched the morning sunrise, walking to the fishing hole. Thank you. So, I was playing Indian Summerfest, and this was the last one that they had. So, anybody remember what year that was? Is it that long? I heard there's movement to bring that back. Yeah, so I very happy to hear that. So I was playing that show, and it was real fun. It was, I think I got to do 7 different performances in different stages, and anyway, I was playing on one of the side stages, and Jan Michael Looking Wolf was playing before I was, and he's a really great flute player, and maybe he's listening to this, I don't know. And I was getting set up, and he says, "Hey, bro," and he says, "Mind if I borrow your guitar?" And I'm kind of protective of the guitar, you know, but he had a bad, tore his bicep, so I had to put it on him, and I said, "Don't drop it." And so I just met him, right? And so I went back and sat by my mom and dad in the audience, and then he begins and he says, "I want to gift this song to Paco." I couldn't believe it, because those songs come from a very special place, and for somebody just to gift you that, somebody you just met, never met, I was really taken back. And he said, you can do what you want with it. You can make it your own. You can record it. He says, if you want me to be on it, I'll be on it. And so that was even more flattering. And then we became friends after, and he shared with me that he had heard me through the Native American Music Awards, and so he actually sought me out, came to Milwaukee there, and so I made it my own, and we have recorded a version of it, but it's not quite all mixed up yet, but we have predominantly all Native artists on the song. And Michael Butcher, who I co-wrote Women in Water with, is singing on this song. It's the last recording that he did. And Kelly Jackson, Keith Sokola's on it. There's, of course, Jan, Sandra Sutter out of Canada. I can't remember everybody right now. Connor Chi, who's a great piano player out of Arizona. Anyway, all these people are on this song. And I can envision a video here, where all the races come together in the 4 directions, but it's still allowing us to hold identity as an Anishinaabe and still be part of the collective. You do not have to give up one to be part of the other. And so this song is called We Too Can Shine. Joseph, I need an eagle whistle. I climbed up Spirit Mountain and raised my hand to Father Sky. And tears they fell down from heaven, just like rain, just like rain from my eyes. Many things I don't understand. I've seen brothers fighting brothers. We're gonna tune here. I heard Gordon Lightfoot do this on a song one time where he stopped. Because he wanted the music to be beautiful for you. So we're gonna start over. I climbed up Spirit Mountain and raised my hand to Father Sky. And tears they fell down from heaven, just like rain, just like rain from my eyes. Many things I don't understand. I've seen brothers fighting brothers. Then I heard a voice whisper in the wind. What about love? What about loving each other? Together we'll light the candles' flame. The moon and stars will guide our way to a beautiful sunrise where we too can shine, where we too can shine. Colors of our skin should not offend anyone. If we can learn to look within, we'll find that all our hearts beat to one drum. Together we'll light the candles' flame. The moon and stars will guide our way to a beautiful sunrise where we too can shine, where we too will shine. Yeah, we two can shine. All our hearts beat to one drum. Yeah, we two can shine. All our hearts beat to one drum. Yeah, we two can shine. All our hearts, they beat to one drum. Yeah, we two can shine. All our hearts beat to one drum. Yeah, we two can shine. All our hearts beat to one drum. Thank you. Sorry for the tuning issues. Life is not perfect, is it? Perfectly imperfect. Thanks for accompanying me. So, this song would have never happened without Mary Ellen. And it was one of those great moments in my life. Again, I was at Indian Summerfest. This was many years back, probably, I don't know how many years, 15 years back. But I wasn't playing there, and I went down because I played in a band with my dad and Maury Big John from Lac du Flambeau. He passed away, and the family gifted me his fiddle. And so I had the chance, well, I wanted to honor him, and he had won the fiddle contest at Indian Summer. So I thought, well, I'll take his fiddle down and see what happens. And there wasn't that many contestants, so I won the contest. But my mother-in-law was like, well, how many were there, you know? I said, I think like 3. But it was still, it was the experience of it. And so I had a great experience with that because you had to play certain songs. Well, Maury always played the Orange Blossom Special. And so you remember that, Tinker? Yeah. And so that was my grand finale song, you know. And I had really worked out this awesome arrangement for it. It was, I mean, I can't even do it now. It was so well put together, all these versions. And so I was playing on the stage, and I played that song as my finale song, and well, then I won Richie Plass, he was kind of the leader of that whole jig contest part, and so I won the fiddle contest, and he goes, well, now you got to play another one. And the whole band was backing me up. I'm like, shoot, I don't have anything I can do better than that. And this was on the Harley stage, and it was a full stadium. I mean, it was the biggest crowd I've ever played in front of. And as I'm trying to figure out what can I play, well, I don't have a lot of time, so I just busted out into Orange Blossom Special again. And as I'm playing, I'm sitting there, and I'm trying to hear, you know, because I get going really, really fast on the song, and I'm trying to hear. And I'm like, geez, the band's getting louder and louder. Why can't I can't even hear myself, you know? And so I'm focusing so hard, and I just open one eye a little bit, and it wasn't the band. The crowd was going nuts. And so that's where I was back then. And I got done playing, and I walked over, and Michael Butcher's playing on the Miller stage. And I had heard of him, but I thought, wow, I love that guy, and I hope I meet him someday. And I said, I hope someday I'm good enough to play on that stage. And so many years goes by, and through Mary Ellen, we were playing at the casino, and she have these Women in Water Symposium events there with the music. And well, I'm on right before Michael Butcher, and so I have a chance to introduce myself, and brings tears to my eyes. It was like one of those instant friendships that you feel like you've known before. And we talked for like hours after that concert. And then he went and got his wife, Debbie, brought her back, and we talked for a couple more hours. And it was not too long after that, Mary Ellen told me that he had an accident with a table saw and lost 3 fingers. And so I called him up, and he was kind of keeping it close to his vest and not really letting on to me how hurt he was. And I said, Mike, we should write a song together. And I said, we can do that. We can do that. And he wasn't ready, but probably 6 months goes by, and he sends me half of this song. And he wanted to write a song for Mary Ellen, these women, Josephine Mandamin, and these women that have carried these copper vessels around the waters and prayed for the water. They bring awareness to the sacredness of the water. And I thought, that's perfect, you know. And so he introduced me to modal tuning, which I had never played before. I'm like, oh, great. I don't know how to play in that. So I finally get to play with this guy that I idolize, and so I learned this tuning. Now I use it all the time. And I wanted to write something so I tried so hard to write something that would be meaningful and worthy to work with him. And we became real good friends through this song. We recorded it. He didn't make the journey, but it was the Song of the Year at the Native American Music Awards. So thank you, Mary Ellen. I'll sing Mike's part. Time heals all wounds, how long would it take to heal all the water from the mess that we've made? If time begs the question, then the answer we're throwing away. The Creator gives to all, but some think they own the blood of our mother. How will we atone? Can't buy your way into heaven by selling your soul. Women and water, givers of life, grandmother moon in the eastern sky, watch over us now, lead us back down that red road. Lakes are pure and the rivers are clean, ever flowing and singing for you and for me. They're carrying the songs and the teachings, women and water. There's a dirty little secret we pretend not to know. When we can't drink the water, there's nowhere else to go. We're praying for a miracle to deliver what we don't on our own. It's the spirit of the water, the spirit of the wind, the four great directions, and all they let in to betray what they shared to their spirit would be no greater sin. The seventh generations have its eyes on us now. The ones who came before us are singing out loud. It's the chorus of the ages with the pleading, you can't let us down. And the earth is changing right before our eyes. After all of the warnings, can you see the signs? What are we waiting? Women in water, givers of life, grandmother moon in the eastern sky, watch over us now, lead us back down that red road. The lakes are pure and the rivers are clean, ever flowing and singing for you and for me. They're carrying the songs and the teaching, women in water, women in water. Miigwech. That sounded like a chickadee. From Maine. Yeah. It's so good to see you guys. I can't tell you. Yeah. It's way more than just music. Yeah. It's I have so many memories. I want to sing this song. I remember Mary Ellen had this at the casino, and Waywardun Benesi Bun was still alive. Eddie Benton, our Grand Chief, and he was in the audience. I think he was in a wheelchair then, but he was there, you know. And we were talking about Floyd Crow Westerman. You guys probably know of him, right? And I think I might have played a song of his, and Eddie knew him. And Eddie gifted me, well, we bartered dental work actually. Gifted me his guitar before he passed. And it's a guild, like John was playing when I came. And but it's special to me because Eddie's hands and energies in that instrument. But he said every time he would get together with Floyd, he would say, "Bring the guitar," you know. And so Floyd played that guitar as well. And so, and I was gonna play this song. He did a song called "Just Another Holy Man," and I think I played that at the casino. And Eddie said, "You know, one of my favorite song from Floyd was Going Back," and I hadn't heard it, so I went and learned it, and I've been putzing with it. We'll see if I can do a good job for you. But I'm gonna record a version of this song because it's not readily available. Floyd's music is on YouTube, and I bought the CD from his wife, but it's not in mainstream consciousness. And so maybe I can help carry his words and message on. I'm gonna see if I can get into. I was practicing this at home, and see if I can. Going back to every land I love, going back to where it all began. Back to the land I left behind, back to the pride that I must find. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm going home? Going back, and there I'm gonna stay. Going back to try and find a way. Back to the land I left behind, back to the pride that I must find. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm going home? Back to the mountains and the prairie, back to the desert and the hill. Gonna catch up to the buffalo, where the rivers flow. Going back to every land I love, going back to where it all began. Back to the land I left behind, back to the pipe that I must find. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm going home? Thank you. So that's for Bod, and yeah, he still comes to me. Comes to me more than he did before you. No, he comes to me at critical times, and we have a good connection. And he's a very poetic man. Still, sometimes he'll bring words to me. And, well, he always was poetic, you know. He liked poetry, and he liked language. And he talked about the sacredness of language. And he talked about music preceding language. He talked about the shishigwan, that vibration. And he had so many things he passed on to me that I'm still coming to know. And but he talked about the water, and it's in our Madej teachings, and I'm coming to know them deeper and deeper. And we talk about water at the physical level here, but I can share some things, you know, like all cultures and all the religions seem to recognize and remember there was a flood on this earth, right? And it is not as a punishment. Oh, right on cue. I can sit it. Thank you. Oh, you guys are taking good care of me here. And where did all that water go? Where did all that water go? There's a realm where we know where it goes. And on the spirit side, definitions become difficult because everybody has different words for meanings for the word soul, for example. But on the spirit side, it's a reflection of what we see here. And when we think about water, we think about life-giving. We think about feminine. We think about feminine. And that's the way that I've moved with it here. But everything has a duality when you're looking from this perspective. Even water. So water has some masculine component to it. And it has to be that way because the creator, the source, became aware of its other half and its feminine half. And that became the field where we see and where we are projecting here. So within this field, you could say it is the soul. It's the lens through which the spirit experiences itself. It is associated with memory. The soul carries the memory. Not just of this experience, but all of them. And so that water carries a vibration, and you may have covered this, but our water drums in our lodge cover that as well. It carries that vibration. And when that water is blessed, it transforms. When that drum is sounded, it ripples through creation. It ripples through your body. It ripples through your cells. It ripples through your mind. It ripples through your heart. And it touches you in ways that people they don't think about when they're just drinking this. And So I don't know how much time I have, so we got to keep me on schedule here. Okay. We're going to do one more special song for Mary Ellen. This is another song that I hope to record, but we'll see. This goes out to my late uncle and lodge uncle. I can only be the world that sets me free, where the only thing in my life would be growing, and I'm happy knowing that my destiny is waiting for me. I just live my way, take each day by day, and the clouds are gone. See how the sun keeps shining. It keeps on reminding my destiny is waiting for me. And the good times that I've seen can only happen to me, and the good things in life are only part of me trying, and I'm not denying that my destiny is waiting for me. So I'll just live my way, love each day by day, and the clouds are gone. See how the sun keeps shining, keeps on reminding that my destiny is waiting for me. So I'll just live my way, take each day by day, and the good things in life are only part of us growing, and I'm happy knowing my destiny waiting for me, is waiting for me. That's for her brother David Baker. Miigwech, everybody. Keep up the good work.
Oh, yeah. Miigwech. So before we bring on, I want to tell you I was in tears probably 3 or 4 times. Thank you so much for your beautiful music. So I do have a couple of announcements before I go on. The first thing I want to do is read one of the responses for the ripple effect. And this one is from Joni Luna. And so here she goes. I carry ripples of reciprocity, humility, and relationship. Ripples that began 5 years ago when I first met elder, healer, poet, artist, and now my spiritual mother, Tinker Mildred Schumann. With great generosity and love, she welcomed me and walked me into the Lakudere Teaching Lodge at the Women in Water Symposium. From the very beginning, Mama Tinker and the women and water elders embraced me as family. Their ceremonies, healing ways, and prayers rise from original teachings rooted in the lives and wisdom of the first peoples of this land. In their presence, I have been growing into a person I was meant to be created. As a Catholic woman, religious, and an Indigenous person, I have come to understand the sacred responsibility of walking both paths. These identities are not separate roads, but intertwined ways of being, calling me into deeper compassion, deeper justice, and deeper unity. In a time when our political climate is marked by division and fear, I feel an even greater urgency to live as one who bridges worlds, one who helps bring people together rather than apart. Our future depends on remembering that we are one human family, woven together by the Creator and entrusted to care for one another. I am still learning to release the colonial mindset that centers on self and to embrace instead a way of being shaped by reciprocity, humility, and relationship. Women in Water lifted the veils from my eyes. They revealed the painful truths of what Indigenous people have endured. They taught me to walk both paths, or walk both roads, step by step, with reverence, with eyes wide open in awareness, carrying humility and honesty, guided by courage and wisdom, wrapped in respect, and always moving with truth and love. Through the guidance of Women in Water elders, a deep connection within me has been reawakened to Mother Earth, to the waters that sustain us, and to all the creation. I have received these teachings with great care, always mindful not to mishandle what is sacred and ancestral. This journey has taught me to love all who I am, especially the parts society once taught me to diminish or hide. I now know that I come from a lineage of resilience, of love, and of compassion for all creation. Therefore, these are the ripples I now offer back to the world. The ripple of truth, the ripple of healing, ripples of becoming. Miigwech. That is a beautiful note from Joni Luna. So thank you, Joni. Thank you, Joni. And with that, I would like to offer or to bring our next guest up. Actually, this is the person that Joni spoke of, Mildred Tinker Schumann. And Tinker is a longtime, grandmother, auntie, sister to Mary Ellen, just full of love and inspiration and guidance, sometimes very nice and sometimes very firm. So come on up here. So I want to invite Tinker up here, so full of love. Thank you. I'm going to get you some water, okay? All right, you want to sit down in one of here?
I'll stand up for this one.
You're going to stand up, okay?
I believe. You have a stand or something?
What's that?
A stand for this? Right there, yeah. I just have to look at it a little bit. Bonjour. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? No. This drum here is a DeWagon, and I got this from Bill Sutton from here, LCO. And he gave it to me, and I took it before I went out to Santa Fe. And then in between classes, I'd be pounding on it, missing home. Jeez, you started me crying. Good. Anyway, I wrote this song called Big Reservation, and I dedicated it to Bill Sutton. I can read it to you in English. As I walk upon the earth, I heard the eagle call my name. He said, the Great Spirit sent me to you. He wants you to come to his tree of life. There's a place beyond the earth where the Great Spirit dwells. I'm going to that big reservation, going under the eagle wings. He loves you and gives you guidance and protection and security. Yes, I'm going to that big reservation, going under the eagle wings, big reservation in the sky. Thank you. Thank you. So then he translated it for me. Oh, thank you. Sorry out there, people. In Gaduna Wabanese Ganoshin. Ikadu Gichimano do Dano Zikona. Kiwaya Wagda Biajan. Omatigo Be Madazi Win. I am a God, I am when Ishpoming your way, yo, hey, yo, hey. E way, get ye man do, your way, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey. In the shy, e way, ishkoning, your way, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey. Bonesi, uningwi, ganang, in gani, your way, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey. Kisagang, minawagi, mawin, ya, win. Minawagi, na way, maming, minawagi, da, gano, wabaming. Gay, ni way, ya, e way, Ichish Kuninganang Banesi Oningwiganang Ingania Kichish Kuning Gijingun's big reservation in the sky. Thank you. So I'm supposed to talk about my life and how I have it together somewhat. Oh, this is called refreshment to my soul. My spirit feels happy. I'm letting the peace of the Great Spirit generate through me as the new day approaches. Song of the drum bring strength to our nation. The representatives sent and selected the ones who will bring forth truth or survival, the drum way. I will pray for the wonderful spiritual sharing of a good, sober life. May the blessings of all the relatives help us as we walk here on Mother Earth in the four directions touch. Your spirit is in human form. Enjoy what is given. Enjoy what is given to you. It is life. This is saying, someone might say after a big health challenge, it brought the people and the family close, and most of all, the trust and daily faith to our Creator, to our many prayers, and then be very thankful. My friend told me to take a second chance and do it better. I strive for the invisible growth. I sing songs to harmonize and let the spirits know. I'm very grateful for their presence as they listen to my prayers. Miigwech. One time on the reservation, I looked outside from the window, and in my view was a glorious eagle flying over the lodge. I knew the prayers will be strong and the ones in need. Baboon in the winter word is Ojibwa. It's a season of the comforter, a blanket of wonderful snow to give our Mother Earth some rest and peace. The quietness that stretches out over the land, it brings strength. Down the old village, I can hear the sound of the drum, bringing the strength and healings I sure respect the singers that are blessed with the songs. Yesterday, my grandchildren were at my home and they filled it with sounds of living. Well, awesome sounds of the beauty and growth, keeping the love going. Awesome great-grandchildren. Gosh, I'm crying like a baby up here. This is called Looking into the Sun. As Paco was singing about Floyd Westerman, I have a poem for him. A little farther down the road from Crow Dog's Paradise, in this place known as the Ghost Hawk Park, people would go there to swim and wash up. One evening I went over there, and Floyd Red Crow Westerman, we sat there and visited. I seen his spirit of a grandfather, older with silver gray hair. Forever young he was at the time. Being the old man, he travels with messages of eagle flights, and we danced. Everyone prayed, Sundance sacrifice. We have been called to the tree of life. I like a song going back. We were picking up the pieces left for us. Our grandparents knew we would enjoy our traditions looking into the sun for Floyd Red Crow Westerman. We are one. We are a cycle of grandfather, sun, grandmother, moon, our sister, morning star, and brother, evening star. We are one with the four winds touching, and the tree relatives give us breath. Mother Earth provides life in our struggle. We are one. Each sacred morning, the eagle awakes with guidance, blessings as he protects. We are one. Here in the area, together we shall travel in harmony. Older eagle, the human healer. Older eagle looked into the young eagle's eyes and spoke of the journey. He strengthened the spine and sings songs. Don't forget me, older eagle. I can grow to more than flutters. Put the blessing in your bundle, talons to grasp the golden light, the light of truth of salvation. Our greatest, highest power looking down to see the enlightenment of the creation. Heal, heal, heal. Dear, today I look into my spirit, searching the gift of the spiritual blessings. I was thankful to see who I was and who I am. Continue to seek and search and seek in the Creator, the spiritual balances of life. I'm thankful that I could pray to the Creator. Light the pipe of peace, woman's staff, sage, cedar, sweetgrass, everlasting strength. I'm content, miigwech. This one here was Joe Chosa. He interpreted this, and we sat around and talked about the directions. Giwedanung, north. Jawanung, south. Wabinung, east. Ningabianung, west. Anishinaabe, red. Wabishkwi, the white. Anishinaabe, Bimadizi, the yellow. Makade Wias, the black. Wasamoga, Animiki, lightning flashing. Mawiwade, Diwe Igen, the sound of the drum. Mita Oma, Wienji, Baba, Bimadizi Win. This is what life comes from. Kakina, Bimadizi Jig, all living beings. Dibishko, Mawaya, like the circle of life. So that's what we came up with. Okay, I'll read a couple more and then. This is for the Anishinaabe people. Crazy crane, long braids, stood remembering the teaching of elders. They had already gone to the spirit world. Before the white man came, how close of a relationship they had with Geji Manadu, the close spiritual love. Nowadays, sometimes in the past, the rejected white people came to the Mother Earth Turtle Island because they were supposed to learn from the red man how to be reverent and respect to the thankful for what has been given. Oh, when will they learn? And then he thought of Jesus and the 10 Commandments he gave them to live by. Oh, when will they learn? Nowadays, God gave his law. God gave his to the red man the blessings of the Native American church. He knew God's pity for them. The Indian had to forgive the people who want to hurt them, the ones who defy his law, the ones who don't believe in Jesus, the ones who don't believe in our treaty rights and the Constitution of the United States. For without respect of the treaties, neither is the United States Constitution respected. Oh, how are they ever going to learn? This is for lactoflammable relatives. Crazy Crane stood by Sand Beach, peering across the shimmering water towards Medicine Rock. He glanced at the Strawberry Island, the last war with the Sioux. The waves split in his Indian image, yellow water lilies validate, lips silently invocate. The eagle uterating shriek brought his vision into the mist like a Washington man, the historical anachronism that parched and trampled. Blurs of Big Brother, Indian programs, HUD, tourism, and alcoholism. He was seen through the weary eye, suffering result insults, parade of personalities of economic, political, religion that confiscated homeland and freedom, pills for schizophrenia, memory, bubbles of sweat. It matched the rain pouring down while the thunderbirds set the pattern overture. Hard tears, the earth. Quietly his feet wiggled in a muck. He was not crazy, he didn't want. Happy to be alive. This is saying someone might say after a big, oh, I read that one. Okay. I was looking for Mary Ellen's poem here. So now that I'm done crying for a while, well, there it is, 32. All right. Abiinooji-Aki, Mary Ellen Baker, the lady of dedication for sobriety of the Anishinaabe way of living. I watched her as she prayed to the Great Spirit, standing before Grandpa Fire. The eagles came and flapped their blessings, while her smiling face and tender doe eyes, she was a grandmother, auntie, sister to her relatives. And she didn't take any credit due, as she reminded us of her dedication, that the Creator makes the moves to show the way, and in her recognition of others who helped her with suggestions. Thank you, Mary Ellen. Handled gently, like flowers of Mother Earth, people should and shall be handled gently. Like each petal, volcanoes our limbs embrace gently, to toss away the non-friendships that exist and bring a closeness gently. Like the center of a flower, people shall encounter and be handled gently. No reason to be lost. Like the petals of flowers crumbled and wilted, fallen to the earth. How did this happen? Inside storm. My rainbow doesn't shine in the future unless my past soars with the eagles. He watches and sends the thunderbirds to waken all relatives. Soon all relatives will hear grandfather's message to follow his path and soar with the eagle, and no reason to be lost. Thank you, Miigwech. Thank you, everybody.
All right. You can hear my voice is crackling more and more. All right, so we're going to be turning this over to sales here for a second, probably for about 20, 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Bonjour, Nindawe Maganidug, Nibi Manidukwe, Indigenous. We're going to start moving our way down the tables here now. And again, I just want to remind you, we depend on your support to help us bring the dream into reality and the summit by supporting us. And we have an offering for you when you make the sacrifice of a donation. For $100 or more, we have the sweatshirt, zipper sweatshirt. We have them in size small through 4X. And with a $100 donation or more, you'll receive one of these sweatshirts with the saying, Women in Water Coming Together, Nabi, the water. Women can change the world. For a donation of $50 or more, we have the t-shirt. Same thing, from a small to a 4X. Abiinooji-Aki is the Women in Water, falls under the Abiinooji-Aki. We're a 501(c)(3). So your donations are tax deductible. We do now have the ability to start registration, and so from now until January 1st, it will be a $150 registration fee. After January 1st, that goes up. So if you want to get an early bird special, now is between now and January 1st is the time to do it. And for the first 5 people to register, we have a Woman in Water. This is a lighter weight, more of a heavy t-shirt weight, zipper front hoodie. And it's Women in Water, again, can change the world. Are the initials of Women in Water Coming Together Summit, and our website, spiritofthewater.org. The first thing we have one feather fan case left. It is multiple relatives. We've got bear and buffalo and rabbit, waboose, and some other creatures, some feathered friends. And so on the inside, it has the bear, mom and a cub, walking in the woods in the center of a maple leaf. There are places for at least 4 feathers that can be stored and kept safe inside this container. Okay. And we just have one of those left. We have place settings for either these can be used in your feast bundle, and in your lunch kit every day. But when you come to feast, you can also, it gives you a nice placement for your food. This one has a bamboo spoon in it. And again, these can be used every day when you take your lunch to work or school. You've got a nice place to set your food. The other 2 are a set. They can be used as placemats on your table. They can be taken in your lunch kit, or they can be taken to feast. And you can just tuck it in your feast bundle. Okay, I probably made 12 of these sets of oven mitts and hot pads. And we have 2 left, one a regular size, and that's my hand size is a regular. They have the heat resistant lining in them. And this one has the water and the turtle. And this one has the extra large for a bigger hand. And it has, when I looked at this fabric, I thought of looking down through the water into the leaves and the things that have fallen to the bottom. And it has the night sky on the hot pads. Again, we have the holidays coming up. Grandmother Margaret Behan donated these stockings to us. There's 2 with woodland designs, the red and the black here. And then these 2 above are a fleece material, and they have more of the geometric Southwest designs on it. This little red one on the bottom, I believe, is a commercially made socket. I don't think it's made by, but it does, I think someone added the ribbon to it. These I made, they're completely lined. I'll take the packing out of it, but they have a water-type fabric on the inside, and then on the outside, grandfather, son coming up over the water, and it says women in water coming together. I think it's a nice reminder of, remind ourselves of what we are about. And it can be used, it really looks nice with a place to store your sage. But there's other things that you can store in it. It's your home and your idea of what you would do with this. We have 4 of these leather pouches. They're the right size, so if you buy a pouch of tobacco, it will fit just right inside of here. So these were made by Greg. And this one has the beading. This one with the rough edge has the Indian head nickel on it. This is the buffalo nickel, and this has the standing eagle on it. So if there's one that calls to you, again, nice gift. This is a commercially made wall hanging. These 2 bags were made, cross-chest bags were made by Mary Ellen. And there's probably, I would say this one's a medium size, this one's a large. And has her kind of signature rickrack on it. So, and we'll move down. Let's see here. We have, these are little blessing mugs. In this bag, you'll find the water song that we often sing when we bless the water in the morning. I use mine for that purpose. It comes in a little grandmother moon bag, and it can be with this. If you wanted to tie it onto a lanyard, you could. So you have it for ceremony. And it's a nice little bag to keep your copper cup in. We have a number of medicine bags. I have 3 of them out here today. I don't know if you can pick up what's laying on the table here, Tom, but we have 3. I'll give you that one. These are made by Joseph Many Horses, and you'll have the privilege of hearing he and Danielle speak in it a little bit. And so these are just an example of 3 that we have. So if you go online, you'll see the other ones too, so you could choose. Most often, these, as we said, medicine bags, people put small sacred items in here. Could also be used to carry tobacco in. And then we have, again, a number of copper cup necklaces. Some of them are longer, some of them are shorter, some of them had the larger bucket, the medium-sized bucket, and the small bucket. You always have a cup with you then if you are going to partake in the water. The most of them are herringbone or hairbone beads. Some of them have, there are various colors. Some of them have the brown hairbone. Some of them have just the white hairbone. Some of them have a combination. There's a number of color combinations. So whatever one speaks best to you. These are to also acknowledge and honor the, oh, I've got a medicine bag, not a bucket here. They're also meant to honor the water walkers, the water protectors, and to remind us that we all are water. On the board, we have a number of, most of these are 7-strand necklaces, beaded necklaces with the glass beads. This one in particular has a dragonfly on it. It's a little shorter. The gold is a little shorter. The chartreuse green one is a little shorter. And then these two down here are a little bit longer. Again, there's a couple of hairbone necklaces, chokers that do not have the bucket on them. These earrings were made by a good friend of ours who has participated in Women in Water and is Stockbridge, Oneida. And some of them are just the plain abalone shell. Some of them have the little bundles of sage. So am I out of time? 2 minutes? Okay. Okay. These are handmade, various beaded necklaces of various colors. And I think at one point we had quite a few of them, and I think that's what is left. These here are the, again, the longer necklaces. Some are turquoise and hairbone, and some of them are brass and pony beads and hairbone. This one has a beautiful beaded chain on it, and it's the, I guess you'd call it medallion? I don't know. Is abalone shell on the brown side. Whoop, I just pulled it off. And then 2 other beaded necklaces. And again, I would suggest you go to the website, to our store, and browse and enjoy and support. So thank you so much, Miigwech.
Miigwech Ann, Miigwech Jennifer. Bonjour Minoa. Hello again. Ishkade B'nai Indigenous Wabasheshi and Dodem. A review of the registration process. You can do spiritofthewater.org, and have opportunity for registration. We would invite you to, through the Facebook chat, to send in a comment, let us know you're listening, and we will offer you one of these. It's a single strand beaded necklace. It can go long. I doubled mine up. And we would also invite you to complete the online survey. Again, at spiritofthewater.org, upper right-hand corner, there's the 3 little lines that show the drop-down menu, and you'll find the survey there. So we really appreciate your feedback in that. A recognition of our first registrations. We took advantage of the early registration. Linda B. from Chicago Lloyd K. from Kimberly, Wisconsin, Irene L. from Massachusetts, and Mary W. from Massachusetts. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. And our donors who have shared the resources with us, William D. from Louisiana, Lloyd K. from Wisconsin. Oh, she put initials on here. N-A-E-T. I'm sorry, I don't know what those initials mean, but I'll find out. Paul D. from Wisconsin, Mary from Rivers Journey Wellness, and Margaret M. from Illinois. So a chimigwich to you all, and that helps us move toward our event coming up September 2024. 2024. How about 2026, where we are going to gather 5,000 plus? And I'm just really excited for that opportunity. And so thank you for supporting that event. We've shared our interest in ripple effect, the feedback from people who have experienced the summit over the last 9 opportunities. And you heard Suzanne share a write-in from Joni. Our next speaker is a man who, I'm going to say, what, 7 years ago, Mason? Tom? Joined us for his first experience, has been one of the workhorses. Whenever something heavy happens to be moved, we elders count on people like Mason to come and rescue us. But it's more than that. It's more than doing the work. Mason's always present and with us. And so on that, I'm going to introduce Mason Heskin to share the ripples of his experience with Women in Water coming together. Thank you.
No problem. I got my notes here. Okay. So, let's see if I can read my handwriting. Bonjour, Nindwe Maganaduk. Dug? I think that's about right. Niwan Bibiji Goganji and Wabazeshi Indodem. My name is Mason Heskin. My spirit name translates to 4 horses, and my clan is that of the Martin. I'm sorry if I'm a little scatterbrained during this. Just came in from tending fire for a bit, so bear with me. I've been at Women in Water for about 7 years now, and just helping out. I remember the first time I came up here, that massive windstorm had blown in, and they needed help just getting all the trees out, and my grandmother asked me, just a passing thought. I knew I had native blood for a while, but she asked me, hey, can you and your dad just come up and just help clear some trees just to help out Mary Ellen? She's a friend of mine. It'll be easy. You'll have a good time. You can learn a little bit about your culture, your heritage, and everything. And I said yes, because my grandmother asked me for help, and I love helping people as much as I can. But the part of the story I never told anyone is that I was in a bad place. And that's completely on me for not saying anything. And that's one of the things that coming up here has helped me realize and has had an impact on my life, is being able to, I ask people if they want help, but I haven't asked people for help all the time. And it's difficult to ask for help. But anyways, coming up here though, it was good. I learned a lot up here. Not only did I meet some wonderful lifelong friends now, in that of our lovely man who introduced me, Greg, our man behind the AV Stan, Joseph, the man who gave me my name, a few other of the firekeepers outside. But they helped me be more me, and that opened me up to actually coming back here. The people here were wonderful, and that had a ripple on my life. That put me down this path. That put me down to actually going out and asking Joseph to get my name, to taking that time to actually start asking for help, to being able to actually give help more reliably. It had such a profound effect on my life. I actually got it tattooed on my own body. My name itself is 4 horses, and I asked one of my friends to tattoo it on me so that I'd always remember who I am. And I've been taught some amazing lessons up here, and just that time that has been given to me, the space, the attention, I don't need to carry as much pain anymore. I can ask for help for people around me, and that's the most wonderful thing. I've learned here that it's okay to be sad. I've learned here that it's okay to be me. I've learned here that it's okay to just strive for it, be good for it, and know when it's okay to say, hey, that is affecting me right now isn't okay. And that's amazing. It's a profound sense of peace that you don't really appreciate until you haven't had it and now have it again. It's hard to get there, don't get me wrong, but this place has had an effect on me, not just emotionally and how I think, but how I practice in my life itself. I've always been a spiritual man. I used to be raised in a Christian way. I don't practice as much of that anymore. And I have my own practice, but I have some promises I have to keep to not talk about that. But it's given me a new way to see this world. I love researching cultures and spirituality throughout the entire world because it allows me to see everything differently. An example is in Egyptian mythology, those who know your name, your own name, your name that was given to you by their creator, the name that their gods call you by, will give you power and pull over them. Here, we have another concept in the Ojibwe tradition of those names being important of what creator calls us. And that's another way to look at that. Names have power in those two senses. The way we take care of water over here is also important because if you look at other cultures around, the Romans even knew how important water was. They constructed insane aqueducts that are still standing today. The people in, Japan, Shintoistic practices have a lot of emphasis on the use of fire as well for a lot of their rituals of cleansing and everything, and we use our fire here for ritual, ceremony, and communion. It is one of those small things. Here is a good example. You ever learn a word? Like you doing one of those word of the day calendars, you learn that word, and all of a sudden you just start hearing it more because you've heard it. You know what to look for now. You begin to see it more. And that is a beautiful thing, and that just changes how you see. But once you have that change happen to you, what are you going to do with it? Are you just going to sit on it? Or are you going to start pushing it out towards other people as well? My friends who I love and care for deeply know how proud I am of my heritage. They know how proud I am of me being me. And they've come to me now for advice. Advice that 10 years ago I would never have been able to give. It's advice that I've learned here. Lessons, those 7 grandfather teachings, humility, courage, wisdom, love, truth. I can't remember the other 2. I'm not very good with lists. That's why I have this. And it's the one thing I didn't write in here. Yeah, I guess 5 out of 7 is pretty good. We just had a teaching on it yesterday night too, but that was 1 in the morning. But those lessons that I'm able to now teach people, just because I've learned them here, and I not just learned, but experienced them, but had this chance to live with them. I may not be the best at walking all of them at all times. Spirit knows I got a mean streak in me at times. Being petty can be fun, but you got to be ready for the consequences. You have to. But at the same time, it takes more courage, more strength, and infinitely more wisdom to choose not to be petty, to choose to be loving, to choose to be forgiving, to be understanding. And that's what this place has taught me really well. Not just towards others, but towards myself. And if we're all talking about these ripples that these teachings have had on our lives and the amount of people that go out towards other people, at the same time, when you get hit by, when a ripple is created, it starts from somewhere. It starts from you. You will have intrinsically changed. I was laughing a little bit to myself during our committee meeting because I think it was either Suzanne or Anne, can't remember which off the top of my head, was talking about how eventually these ripples we have will turn into this massive tsunami. And I can't help but chuckle because not 3 months ago, I was running a D&D campaign by the name of Tsunami. That was all about how the dreams of this world all coalesce together, and it's becoming more apparent, and it's just crashing down upon the world. How will you change it? Will you change it for the better or worse? And like it or not, that's the decision we all have to make now. Are we going to sit here with the tide coming in at us and just try to hold fast and weather it? Or are we going to try to see what we can do with it? Direct the water, go with the flow. Are we going to be stagnant or are we going to move? Are we going to have other people do better by us? Are we going to do better by them? One of the teachings here that's really anchored my life here is that we found this world in an okay state. We can choose to let it stay okay, or we can make it worse, or we can make it better for the next people who come around. I'm personally of the opinion that we should make it better for the next people that come around. Because if we don't, then we're not going to have a world if we keep thinking that way. I know that when I was 8 years old, taking the bus to school and back, well, not the bus, no, it was the daycare bus. Either way, I remember in March, there'd be snow on the ground everywhere. There'd be melting pockets here and there, mounds about the size of 6-foot mounds in the parking lots and everything. And now it's November and we've only had the smallest sprinkle of snow and it's melted in the morning. Do we want to have the joy of kids having just another snow day? Just something small, not grandiose as in we'll keep our world, but something small for somebody. Because sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes it doesn't take the grandiose call to action that we all need to do better. It's, hey, do you just want to have a snow day with your kid when they grow up? They got snowed in, locked out of school, so they're just going to have a snowball fight with all the kids on the block and just have a little fun. That's a lot more manageable than telling somebody, yeah, the world's on fire. We better put it out. It's something they can envision. It's like when you get talking into numbers that are so large, you just can't comprehend it. Give somebody something they can comprehend, and then they can push that further out into the world. And it's going well. Believe it or not, as crazy as this world is right now, it's going well. There's a lot of bad. But when there is bad, somebody will always try to reach out a hand for you to be good. And if that's not happening, then find them. Look for the good in the world, because the moment you stop looking is the moment this world will crush you. That's when you get crushed by the wave. And that's no good. I wouldn't want that for anyone. I want everyone to see this good. I want the actions I have, that I've experienced, the love I have been given here, to be given to everyone else in this beautiful world. I want a day where everybody can truly just be kind to one another. Just one day where everyone can hold those hands together, where we can all understand each other. Maybe not through words, but just through action. A day where we all have that revelation that we're all on one single just rock in the vast expanse of space. There's no lines on the map. The maps on a line don't mean anything. What they mean is a preconceived notion of territory that's honestly quite antiquated. We're all on one beautiful world and one great journey together. I want to see how truly amazing everyone can be. I'm kind of blanking here. Does anyone have any questions? All right.
Miigwech. Miigwech, miigwech. Good job. Thank you. Good job. So if we wonder the results of the prayers of our ancestors, here's Mason as an example. So, miigwech, Mason. Bujuminoa, and we've got some extra time if you and Jennifer would like to come to sales. Bujunin the Waimagani Duk, Ishkidebene Indigenous, Wabasheshi and Dodem. Thank you all again for joining us. I made myself a note here. Oh, Mason talks about putting it out there. That kind of hit a string of responsibility for those of us who are looking at the next 7 generations. Because the past 7 generations have put it out there for us, and now he challenges us to take that obligation and continue moving it forward. So Miigwech Minowag, Mason, and Ann and Jennifer are here again to go through the next series of items on the table. I will get out of their way.
Bonjour, Nindoe Maganidug, Nami Bani Dukwe Indigenous. Thank you for coming, staying with us. Do we need to wait a minute here and get our voice heard? Is it on? There you go. Okay. Thank you for staying with us, and I'm happy to share some more items that were donated to us for sale. We have an anonymous donor who did some stained glass work for us, and we have 3 items that she made. We have their window pieces, sun catchers, and we have only 2 of the turtles left. They both have the green center. One is more the red and green, and the other is the yellow and orange. Beautiful pieces, nice work. Then we have a number of medicine wheel for direction pieces. Again, we're remembering that the holidays are coming up. These might make nice stocking stuffers. And the last one is the feather. We have a few feathers left too, maybe 4 or 5. So, okay. The next thing we have is a set of 4 placemats and napkins and napkin rings or holders. The placemats are reversible. The napkins match the back of the placemat, and then Greg cut these out, and they have a little geometric pattern on them as well. And there are a set of 4 here, especially with Thanksgiving coming up. They're kind of a nice festive pattern. Addition to the table. There you go, Jennifer. The next thing we have 5 large and 1 extra large of these fleece vests. They're not super heavy, but they would give a nice layer of warmth and protection, and it has the Women in Water Coming Together Symposium symbol on it with the 4 direction colors in the form of hands with the energy symbol on them. The patch itself matches the piping on the binding on the sleeve. Okay. And those are pretty comfy and cozy. On the back here, I'm going to let Tom kind of hone in here. These pieces, there's 5 pieces that were done by Betsy, our friend from Fond du Lac, the one who made the abalone shell earrings. These she did with wood burning. There's the eagle over here, and you can see the dark background. Each one was burned in one little point at a time. That took hours and hours and hours to complete. But that has the McGeezy, the eagle in flight, the bear, these are clans, the crane, the turtle, and then the last one is of an Indian man. Looks as though he might be praying in that. You can add like cup hooks on it if you wanted to use them to hang your keys, as a background to hang your keys, or you could put a coat hook rack, a couple coat hooks on it, hang it by the door, so in your way in and your way out, you're reminded of your clan connection, or if you're just connected to that feel connected to that particular relative. And last on this table, we have some we always like the repurpose, reuse, and we try to do that when we can. And so we have 3 hats that we call ricing hats to keep the heat of the sun off. So you can model this one. This is our only green one. That's the back. And then there you go. And it has, you can turn this way, the wave pattern fabric with the green ribbon. I'm drawing a blank on what these are called. Conchas on the side that have hearts, little beading and leather fringe on the bottom. So it's styling while you're racing. And it has this, so if the wind's blowing a little bit, you can tighten it up under your chin and not have it blow away. And you can wear it for other purposes, but that's what we had in mind when we created these. The other one is, there's 2 more here. This one has the abalone shell, and that same fabric that was on that one skirt and shirt and the placemats. We got a lot of good use out of that fabric. Yep. And this last one has feathers with a cowrie shell on the front, and then on the side is the thunderbird with a turquoise stone. In the back, a little blue bow. This one does not have the chin straps, so I think this could be worn by either a man or a woman if we did something different, maybe with a bow. I'm not sure everyone would want a bow, but it's a nice hat. Okay. How are we doing? Should we start again? Okay. Okay, we're going to go back to the beginning and go through our line of merchandise once again as far as until we run out of time. So the first item we have to offer is a quilt made by Danielle LeBlanc. It's called a veteran's lap blanket. It can be used, like I said, on the lap for warmth. It can also be used if you don't have a veteran that you would want to share this with as maybe on a table during patriotic holidays, or just if you're feeling that way. It's a beautiful work. It's just very, very quality workmanship. Okay. We have 2 Sweat Lodge towels right here. They're the bath sheet size. One with a, is it pronounced Mang? Mang. The loon. Kind of overlooking. So if you're Loon Clan, you might be drawn to that. This one is Bajiki, the buffalo. These are towel sets. There's includes the bath towel, the hand towel, and the washcloth. These 2 sets are the geometric pattern in a kind of a pottery or clay color, and mainly blues. This one is the woodland floral design. These have all been washed because I wash a stabilizer out of them after I make them, and so you can see how they launder. This one here has the dream catcher, and this one has the added bonus of a second washcloth. And this one on the tag, it was advertised as a travel set. You don't necessarily have to use it as a travel set, but they're a little thinner but very absorbent, and they're easy if you're going to a place where you need to bring your own towels. They're easy to fit in your suitcase and not take up a lot of room. Down at the bottom here, we have a couple of bear paw kitchen towels. And they're more like the microfiber type material. So those again are thin but very absorbent. So they don't take up a great deal of room in your cupboards. So if you're trying to conserve on your space, those are nice towels to have. This is a little apron made by Mary Ellen with her own hands, and it's all put together by hand. It's the last one. She made a number of these aprons, and this is our last one that we have. And it's a child's size. You can see it has Mickey Mouse, I think, on it, or Minnie Mouse. And this would be used, well, if you're cooking with mom and you want, or dad, you can be cooking with dad too. You want to protect the clothes. It's nice for that, but it's also used to cover your skirt if you're helping with feast, or you're doing work that your skirt could get soiled. It's just a nice protection. It's fully lined, and it has 2 little pockets. Okay. Then we can go to the men's shirts. We have 2 veterans shirts that we have left, one in a medium and one in an extra large. And I have the symbols or the emblems embroidered out, and I have them in all the branches as well as the Merchant Marine. So if you order one of these shirts, just specify which branch you would like on your shirt. We will pin it to the shirt. I'm not going to sew it on. It can be ironed on and fused on and then sewn, because some people like it on the back, some people like it on over the heart, some on the arms. So wherever you can place the patch, wherever you feel that it best shows who you are. Then we have 4 commercially made shirts. 3 now, I think. I think we just have 3 left, yep. This one is a Calvin Klein shirt with a herringbone type weave to it. It is medium slim cut, and I think it's 34, 35. It has a longer sleeve on it, which is nice. And the colors of flyaway ribbons are the green and orange with the blue-green, dark blue-green band across the chest and back. On each shoulder blade the pattern was called Indian Turtle. And then there's little turtles on the flyaway ribbons that anchor them to the shirt. These 2, I think, are both Arrow shirts. I think so. This is a large. It's a bear shirt. You can see it has the bear paw prints on the pocket with a little bit of ribbon, decorative stitching, and paw prints on the cuff. A little bit of ribbon on the collar, and then on the back is the full black bear, with the flyaway ribbons as well. This shirt is a 2X. It's the geometric pattern that you saw on the placemats and the one racing hat. And it has the embroidery on the cuff, on the pocket, and then the ribbon on the front, and the embroidery on the back with the flyaways. Okay, there's a skirt that goes with that shirt. It's right here. We only have 3 skirts left. This one, if you want to hold up that shirt next to it, makes a really nice set. All of the skirts, you can open up the casing here and pull it in or let it out. I always put extra elastic ends so that you can adjust it to your size. It can be shortened if it needs to be, and there's, I think, a 2 or 2.5 inch hem in it, so it can be let down as well. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ribbons on this skirt, and they're anchored with a water drop of flyaways. What I like to say, I like to put flyaways on because when I have a dream that I see a skirt, if there's an animal on the skirt, it's moving, it's looking at me, and the same thing with some of the, they're alive. They're not a stationary item. They have life to them, and so I like to put the flyaways on because when a woman walks, it gives that life, that motion to it. But some traditions don't want the ribbons to ever touch the earth, and some it doesn't matter. So if you're in one of those traditions where you're very conscious of not having your ribbons touch the skirt, you can always clip these back so that doesn't happen. So I just wanted to say that, and you'll find the washing instructions inside the pocket. All the skirts I make have pockets, and they all have the copper bucket on them to honor the water walkers. This one is a quilted 8-pointed star skirt, and in the center of each star is a cowrie shell and short little ribbon. There's a variegated decorative star stitch that holds the main ribbons on. This one, I think a little shorter person probably could wear too, but it does have the longer hem in it, so it can be let down. And our last skirt that we have is one that Mary Ellen made. It is in the nice has her signature rick-rack on it. I always like her rick-rack, and some really pretty ribbon colors. All the ribbons are hand sewn on. Mary Ellen doesn't sew with a sewing machine. She puts her hands to it and comes up with some beautiful, beautiful items. So that's hers. So where are we at? Okay. Okay.
So, Chimigwich to Ann and Jennifer and all of the hands that go into creating these things, all of the hearts that bring the dreams to us and have them displayed so eloquently. Bonjour, Ishkude B'nai Indigenous, Wabashishi and Dodem. A reminder of an opportunity for early registration. Spiritofthewater.org offers that opportunity for the early registration. Donations, the monies that are generated from this event all go into the preparation for and the actual experience of the Women in Water Summit in September of 2026. And we appreciate those who have participated. Early registrations have come in from Linda B., Lloyd K., Irene L., and Mary W., kind of from across the land, Massachusetts to Wisconsin to Illinois. So we're grateful to those folks. People who have shared donations with us, William D. from Louisiana, Lloyd K. from Kimberly, Wisconsin, Paul D. from Wisconsin, Mary from Rivers Journey Wellness, and Margaret M. from Illinois. So our gratitude continues to go out to the folks who are supporting us. Ripple effects. Suzanne is going to share another one of the write-ins, but I'm going to ask Suzanne, come and snuggle up beside me here for a minute, please. I'm going to share a ripple effect, a personal ripple effect over the last Oh, we started planning for the symposiums 12, 14 years ago. And one of the personal ripple effects to me has been the evolution of my perception of beauty. Couple instances recently, you know, here in Wisconsin, we're experiencing the color changes. And to walk out and to see the vivid colors that years back I didn't pay attention to. But this way of life that brings us in connection with Mother Earth, that beauty starts to come out. Ann and I were raking leaves, and I looked down and there was just this one purple with yellow and green strands through it, and I just sat there for a few minutes and appreciated that. And the other thing, and I've done it today as I look around the room, and appreciate beauty in all its forms. You don't see Tom behind the camera, but to stop and see the glow on a face for the work that he's doing, he's rippling with us today. We'll get him back here when we close, okay? But the tears that you've seen flowing are the ripples of what our experiences have offered us. Stanley and Eddie, Karen in the back, the men tending fire, or to simply sit with the fire. So, trying to remember who it was. It might have been you. Oh, do you have hearing aids in? How are they working? Well, I've only had them for about 3 months. But this morning, I walked out of the cabin down toward the water, and there's a stand of red pines, and I haven't heard that music of the red pines in a long time, and it just really amplified. Those are some of the ripples that we get to experience by enhancing our intimacy with our relationship to all of creation. So, but and I've got a picture of it, because Suzanne and Jennifer were sitting over there, and I just looked. They were listening to Tinker, and they just had a spark of glory on their faces. That ripple effect that we get to appreciate the beauty that we emanate. So, Miigwech for modeling this beauty. So,
Thank you.
Go ahead, excuse me.
Miigwech. I did want to add one comment about one of the donations or donators. I wanted to mention a gentleman by the name of William D., who has been so faithful and such a friend to Women in Water, and he continually provides a donation every single time that we have one of these live streams, and I just wanted to personally thank William. So, Miigwech. And that actually, I should not say from me. That's probably from everyone, not just from me. Okay, so this ripples of goodness or ripple effects is from Kristen P., and she writes, "The Spirit of Water awakened through Women in Water 2024 and 2025 invited me into the courts to stand alongside those in Bad River, trying to keep an oil spill from poisoning all life that depends on it, to walk and pray for the water for days or for 4 days, recognizing the long presence of the Ho-Chunk around Lake Mendota and Madison, to return land with my community in the spirit of deep repair, reparation for generations of harm due displacement, genocide, and dehumanization. Healing ceremonies, deep respect, teaching, and prayer has invited me to listen more closely to the earth and water, to know God in the water blessing me, blessing all of us, and how sacred our relationship is, to be open to learning more from the water, to live with more kindness and compassion, to reclaim the wisdom of St. Francis, who called water sister water. The power of prayer, respect, and remarkable humility and integrity of all the teachers invites me into the relationship of deep respect for the sovereignty of our Mother Earth and the water and the acknowledgement of the Creator's incredible goodness and closeness. Ah, miigwech. That was a beautiful statement written by Kristen, so thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech, miigwech. So where did Mary Ellen run off to? She just said she wanted to sing a song and disappeared. So, so with the lull in the action here for a moment, we didn't have time this morning. The spirituality of our opening for that first hour was deep and intense. And we had some time there that we would like to have talked about the fire, our sacred fire. And I briefly mentioned that the sacred fire is a critical part of all of our ceremonies. When we conduct the symposium, the first event, if you will, the first ceremony is to bring that fire to life. And I love the way it's done, in as much as the fire is a responsibility, an obligation of the men to care for. We've heard about the women's responsibility, the care, the life-giving nature of their relationship and obligation to water. And we as men carry a similar responsibility to engage in the intimate presence of the fire for our ceremonies. And to wrap my soul around that has brought a journey of imagining the first ignition, if you will, of creation, where all four sacred elements, earth, wind, fire, water, were presented to us as an expression of Creator's love. And in looking at the male-female balance with water and fire, when the men come together to bring the fire to life, we look at, one of the things we do is sing. The instruments that we use during that song are hopefully, we don't always have them available, but here we do. When we build our lodges, usually they serve us for 4 years, and then they've done their work, and we take that down. But the poles that went into the lodges are cut up and continue to give us life by feeding the fire. But we will hold sticks, and they will put the rhythm and the music to our fire as the one who strikes it brings it to life, brings him to life. And to sit in the presence of the fire and recognize the source, that first spark of creation, and that fire that is present in the stars, in the sun that's the center of our galaxy, in the core of our Mother Earth, that path of energy that comes to us and we bring it into this fireplace. All of that energy present to us. And we think back, we've got our youngest daughter and her family live in Maui. And we were listening to some of the indigenous folks there decolonize our thoughts about how they got to Hawaii. because there was a lot of speculation that on how they got there. But they tell the story of transversing the Pacific Ocean. And the distance from the United States mainland to Hawaii boggles my mind. They moved in from Australia and New Zealand by boat, thousands and thousands of years ago. And they used a balance. They would sit in the bottom of the boat and actually feel the motion of the currents and be guided by that fire in the stars. And that's how they got there. That's how they got there. So again, the fire and the water working together to move people in a safe way. When that fire lights for us, we look to him as a star to say, Creator, here's our beacon, be present to us. Be present to us. And those of you who've been watching for a while have seen when we share, there's an emotional component to our sharing. And the men will bring the fire in the form of sage. We light the sage, we bring that fire here, that smoke to act as the medicine to bless, while the women bring the water. So a little bit more about the intimacy of how fire and water work in harmony. And so far, Ann hasn't poured the water on me to put my fire out, so that's been a good thing. That's been a good thing. Why are you laughing? She teaches her how to pour, that's why. So anyway, a little bit more about the intimacy of our relationship with fire and the balance, male, female, water, and fire. So Mary Ellen snuck back in and is ready. You got your chords all tuned up, and we'll share a song with you here.
Hello, 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 hello. Me, 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 me. You, do, do. You.
Which one do you want me to use here? Okay. We'll let Stan do his work here. Only if I'm looking there.
Remember now, don't start out too high.
Don't start out too high. Okay. Okay.
Maybe. Okay. Oh, Bushu. Near Gijuguku Inishinakaz Bishu Dutim. The song that we're going to sing is a few years old. Greg got the words, gave me the words. He said, get a song of the Spirit first. And it took a while, and we thought we had it pretty good, but we had the wrong tune. And we were practicing just hard, too. Anyway, so I took it back home and put my tobacco down, and I was on my, didn't get anything for a while, but I was on my way to Fond du Lac to a meeting, and there it come. So we sang it that day. Now, we had some people last night that were singing too, so come on, get up here. We're not going to do this anymore alone, by ourselves.
Come on, Joy. You
Come
can't
on.
hand in the
Come
hallway.
on, come on. Okay, let's start it now. Come
Okay.
on. She's the one that likes it. She's the one that got us on going on it last night.
Way-ah, way-ah,
Way-ah,
way-ah,
way-oh. Way-ah, 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 way-oh. Way-ah, 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 way-oh. Everything is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Ma is of the Spirit first. I say Ma is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Open wide is of the Spirit first. Open wide is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Wabanon is of the Spirit first. Yawanon is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji-Aki, is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. You and me are of the Spirit first. You and me are of the Spirit first. Everyone is of the Spirit first. Way out, way out, way out, way out. Way out, way out, way out, way out. Way out, way out, way out, way out, is of the Spirit first. Wabanon is of the Spirit first. Yawanon is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji-Aki is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Akini Mama is of the Spirit first. Everything is of the Spirit first. Abiinooji is of the Spirit first.
everyone is of the Spirit first. Way out, way out, way out, way oh. Way out, way out, way out, way oh. Way out, way out, way out, way out. It's of the Spirit first.
Wow, that was good.
Where did
Encore?
Essie run off to?
No.
I was going to say, Essie
Yeah,
ran
Essie.
off.
Encore. Encore?
What's that?
When does the album come out?
Oh, it's on recording. It's recorded. I will share a bit while we're waiting for Essie. She snuck in and she snuck out again, but why I asked for that song is my departed brother Dean was a deacon in the Catholic Church. They lived in the Kalamazoo, Michigan area, and he had a friend in Marshfield, Wisconsin. And he and his wife lived a spirit-filled life and reached out to offer medicines from their perspective as a lifestyle. Well, he came over to Marshfield and spent a couple of days with a friend, and on the way back stopped with us in Fond du Lac. And he said, well, nothing we said did any good. I guess all we can do now is pray. And what came through my mouth, I'd really like to take responsibility for this wisdom, but came through my mouth was, what if we did that first? What if we prayed first? And 2 weeks later, he called and he said, Greg, I preached on that today. What if we went to Creator first? And that's when we were sharing that at one of our meetings, and here's the song that came. So, brother, Miigwech, she's here. She's here. Don't get comfortable anyway. So, while we're sitting collectively, and Essie's going to make her way up here for a bit, we've asked her, and I don't have, but Grandmother Moon teachings, is that? Okay. And I'm going to ask the men to pay particular attention. We had quite a discussion as a group within the last 48 hours that we as men get our life from women. And we do that in the birthing process, but we do that in our relationship with. Someone talked, was it Paco that talked about, you know, I'm going to do something here, and then I'm going to look back and see if Auntie agrees with me, or if Grandma, am I doing this in a good way, Grandma? And the mystery of that is, as I've come to practice that, I mean, you can look at the group of people, you know, Stanley and I are kind of like the lonely petunias in this patch of beauty. But how,
Petunia patch.
what's that?
You mean petunia patch.
I'm the lonely petunia in this patch of beauty. We do that in a sense of balance. You know, as this lifestyle has been practiced, especially between Ann and myself, I've never felt threatened. Well, I shouldn't say never. Growing up with strong women is a challenge. But the beauty, I talked about that when Suzanne was with, the beauty of that is in the practice, we don't lose balance. I'm not emasculated. On the opposite, my identity is strengthened in this relationship. And so I always invite men to pay close attention to these teachings that come from our women about who we are in relationship to them. So with that, mi'u,
And that's your ripple effect.
oh, a ripple effect. That's a monsoon effect. But the result of that monsoon is the calm after the storm. So I hope. What's that?
Do I just sit up here?
Please. Do you like to stand or sit?
No, I can sit.
Okay, good. I'm just going to sneak behind you and grab my clipboard.
Hey, bonjour. Bonjour. Bonjour, everyone. I'm sorry, I can't remember the gentleman's name that was just talking. Huh? Greg. Oh, okay. So he mentioned earlier that I was coming here to talk about the grandmother moon teachings, and my text from Mary Ellen was moon time. So I they're two different things. That's why I wanted to clarify that. And I've just traveled here from, first of all, Bonjour, Esaban Indigenous, Nimigizi Dodem, Mashkazibi and Dunjaba, and Anishinaabe Kwendao. I just wanted to say it's good to be here. I am just hopping from one ceremony to the next today, which is a good thing. I was in Bad River, that's where I'm from, and we had a gathering this morning. They're actually still meeting right now. And I told everybody that, originally the meeting for today was scheduled for Thanksgiving weekend, and then they changed it to this weekend, and I said I already had committed to our auntie, our grandma, Mary Ellen, and so she overrides this. So I said I'm gonna have to leave and come over here, and they said, what is she doing? I go, oh, you know Mary Ellen. She's probably got a big shindig going on over there in LCO. But she asked she had messaged me and she wanted me to talk about moon time, woman's moon time. And I had to think about, I thought, yeah, I could talk about that. And then I didn't think about, well, who's my audience going to be? And so I had her memory as I was driving here, gave me time to think about this conversation. And I was raised by my mom and dad and my grandparents. And I thought about when I was growing up, the old ladies then had really strict teachings with women on their moon. And people think right away that I was really raised traditional, but in a sense I was, but I was also baptized a Catholic. I went to Catholic school, went to Catholic church. It wasn't until I was an adult, I turned 18, that I started asking questions, asking different questions about, faith, spirituality. And I thought, I don't feel right here. And so I started to go out and explore my own identity as an Anishinaabe Kwe. And I guess that was happening when I was a teenager. I was in boarding school, and I had the opportunity to go to Apache sunrise ceremony. Are you guys familiar with that ceremony? The Apache sunrise ceremony is a rites of passage ceremony for young women. And it was a real blessing for me to witness that. And it was so beautiful to see this young girl go through her rites of passage ceremony, and that it really touched me when I was watching her getting up at sunrise and dancing and looking directly into the east, and I could just see her being filled by the Spirit. And receiving all those good teachings from her ancestors and from her relatives, and they spoke entirely in their language. There was nobody that spoke English there, no one. And so this was in the mid-'70s. I was out there in Arizona, and I was so fired up from that and feeling like, oh, you know, we don't have any teachings like this at home, and I never seen anything like this. I don't even know if we do those things. And so I get home from boarding school, and I tell my mom, I shared with my mom about this beautiful ceremony that I went to in Arizona. And I said it was called a sunrise ceremony. It's rites of passage when a young girl has her moon time. And she said to me, she looked at me, oh yeah, we have that. And I looked at her, I was like, what? She goes, yeah, we have a berry fast. She said, my grandma put me on a berry fast. And I was like really let down because I looked at her and I go, well, how come I didn't go on one? And she said, because those are old ways, and this is a new era, and I didn't know if anyone could put you out. And so, besides, she said, you know, those old grannies that did that aren't here anymore. But yet she went through it, and she shared with me. And then after I started to learn about our rites of passage, the berry fast, my mother went on a berry fast, my daughters went on a berry fast, and my granddaughters went on a berry fast. I'm the only one out of those generations that didn't go on a berry fast. But they always say it's not too late. Even as a grandmother, you can go on a fast, a berry fast. And so I learned as I was growing up here at home and asking questions, there are things that were already in place that my mom put into place and my grandmother put into place. Though practice, even though that I didn't go through a berry fast, our practices were still followed. And there were things that we were raised as young women, that how to take care of ourselves, how to respect ourselves as life givers, because we give life. And that once that you have that first moon, you know, it was, I thought about that, and I thought when my mom immediately took me to the side, and she started to tell me how to take care of myself in a good way, and what the do's and don'ts, the taboos, still applied, even though I didn't have a berry fast. And so, and that was how her mother and her grandmother raised her. And so when I was growing up, that's how I was to take care of myself and to be respectful of how I went about when I was on my time. And so as I got older and I started to go into, after I turned 18 and I started to go to ceremonies, those rules really applied at ceremonies. Those were the guiding principles of how I carried myself into ceremony and do it respectfully. Not just, it was those things that were taught to me weren't things that I would say, you know, some people looked at them as rules, but I guess it was guiding principles that of how I practiced respect, how I practiced respect for myself, for my family, for my community, and for the ceremony. And so most importantly, I guess it comes from home, where the mother and the grandmother were the ones that taught us how to take care of ourselves. And even though I didn't have that berry fast, we were still follow that footprint, or I should say that blueprint, or those teachings. And so there were things that we didn't do during our moon time. And I really think that all cultures have their own way too, by the way. You know, I've learned that over the years, that many cultures prior to Christianity had their own practices. And there are common threads there that we share. And that one thing is for sure, that women carry the gift to give life. And that gift is we take seriously. because we know how it is to carry that life and how to bring that life into this world. And we do it in the best way possible. And it starts for us, Anishinaabe-Kwe, at the moment of when we have our first moon. And we're given the teachings by our grandmothers and our mothers and aunties of how we carry ourselves, how we take care of ourselves, and what we do during that time to prepare ourselves, because we're stepping from one part, and I guess that's why they call it the rites of passage, right? Is because we're stepping from one part of our life into the adulthood. And once we make that transition from childhood and into adulthood, a woman can give life from that moment on. Her life changes. And so everything that we learn about how we take care of ourselves is about that responsibility of how we can give life. All those rules that we are learned from our grandmas and our aunties and our mothers is about how life is going to come into this world. And so when we say we don't do certain things when we're on our moon, is because we're taking care of ourselves. We're doing that. And there was just recently, I shouldn't say recently, it was a while ago. There's different teachings in different communities, even in Indian country, even in Ojibwe country. Different villages have different ways of how we do things, especially with women on their moon. I'm a grandma now, so I'm past that phase. I'm into the grandma phase. And I remember as a young woman, I was always, I remember sitting on Moon Hill and watching the ceremony from afar, not too far, but I couldn't engage. I couldn't participate in ceremony. During that time of our moon, we take care of us for good reason. It's our time, not just moon time, but it's our time to reflect on, what we have learned, reflect on decisions that we made as mothers, as parents, reflect on, how we, I always used to think about, could I have made a different decision? What would I have done, So I sat there on the Moon Hill and I would think about, the next 30 days or the next 28 days. And I would always be anxious though, because I always wanted to be in the ceremony. I want to be in the lodge. I want to go do that work. I want to be in that ceremony. But our teachings from my community was that we took our time and we stayed on Moon Hill. And that's how in my community, how we did things. In a lot of other communities were that way as well. The women took care of themselves. And also on Moon Hill, there were other women there too that you would visit with, share with. Otherwise, you might not have did that when you were out there working. And so I got to know a lot of different women when I was on the Moon Hill. And I thought about how I always wanted to be in the ceremony, but then once I got into grandma phase, then I was always working. I'd look over at Moon Hill and I'm thinking, I remember sitting over there. And I wanted to be over here. Now I want to be over there. I want to take a break right now. And so, but the work has to keep going to help the young people move forward into the future. And so I think about it's a life lesson. You learn when you're in it and you're doing it as a young person, you really wish you want to bend the rules sometimes, but you can't. Those are the rules that were given. That was how it was. And like I said earlier, I do have a point to this story, is that in our community we were having ceremony, and the question was asked to me, what do women do on their time when they come to ceremony? And I told them what we do in this community. This is how we do things in our community, that those women that are on their moon time will stay at a close distance. They'll sit in the back. I said they won't engage in the ceremony. And so a little while later, the Shkabeus came and said, well, that woman said that in another community they do something different. And I thought, oh, I was looking and I was like, whoa. I said, well, that's nice. I said, now she has 2 teachings. I said, so it's up to her which one she's going to follow. I said, she has 2. She's lucky. She heard two different ways of how they take care of themselves during that ceremony. I said, but respectfully, you would follow the one in the community that you're at. But I'll let her decide that. I'll let her decide that. And I gave her what I know, and now if she knows something from somewhere else, I said, and that's okay. I said, but this is what we do here. And so I think that in this message that I learned from that experience, so there's 2 different things happening here in that conversation. One is the bottom line, and I remember our teacher, Badwewidan Iban, would say, respect, respect, respect. And that's what I thought about when I was there. I was like, yeah, you have to respect. Even though you might practice another way in your own community, when you're at somewhere else, you're respectful to follow their way. And so I would suggest to women is that it is a good question to ask the head woman of that ceremony, or that lodge, or that, whatever particular ceremony you're at. If it's outside your own community, ask them how do they do this when they're on their moon time. And so, and to be respectful enough that you follow what they say. Because that now you're being respectful not only to your own teachings, but to that community and how the women do things at that community. I would say that you're almost like challenging that teaching, because in every community they're just a little different. In some ways they're really different. They're really different. And so, but I'm always respectful and be careful of, what I'm doing in those communities. And I only know what I learned, when I've done those things. And there's I think from watching my daughters and my granddaughters going on their berry fasts and taking that time and sitting with, giving those things up for that year, they really learned self-discipline. And they really understood what respect meant when they finished that fast. And my one daughter said, she goes, well, what do the men do? She goes, we had to go on a berry fast. What do they do? Oh, they go on a fast. They go on a vision quest too, and they're ready. They'll go on a vision quest. She said, how long does that last? Oh, from 1 to 4 days. Oh, 4 days? We had to go a whole year. She said. That's why we're called the backbone. But we have to, as mothers and grandmothers, we do a lot for our children and our families, in our communities. Our work is never done. And we teach that to our sons. We teach that to our sons as well, and our grandsons and our great-grandsons. We teach them as well that we role model that work ethic to them in a good way, as well as, teaching them to make sure, like if there's an absent dad in the family, we ask our uncles to step in and help them learn what they need to know, because it isn't just it's not just the grandma or the full moon, or not the full moon, the moon teachings. There's also the teachings for men, and those teachings I can't give them. Their uncles will help them. I can steer them in the direction of the men that have them, and to help them learn how to start their fire, learn how to go on their vision quest, learn how to, respect women, because they are going to give life, and someday they'll find their mate. And that first question my mom used to always say, my grandma always asked them what their clan is. And so when the young girls would go out on their berry fast, we'd always tell them that I thought of that question. Because you sit there, during their berry fast, that aunties and grandmas would come visit them, and I would tell them that the first question that my grandma told me was, when you go on your date with and that will it'll come. You'll go on your ask them what their clan is. I said if they don't know it, then oh, I said you better move to the next one then. I said no. I said so, because you know your clan, and so. But is there any questions? So that's about what I know about. I could get into a lot of depth into Moontime, but I think I'll save that for, one-on-one conversation of how we take care of ourselves when we're on our Moontime. And I know that there's a lot of different ways and a lot of different things in different communities, but I know when we were growing up, there were certain things that we could not do. And one thing for sure is, and I always stress this to the women everywhere I go, is be careful for sacred items that are out. Be careful, even when you're not on your Moontime. You carry yourself not to step over those things. My grandma would have a fit if we stepped over our brother's clothes, or we pick those things up. We respect our brothers, our uncles, our dads. We don't, like those bags over there on the side there, we would put them over so no ladies would step over those things. And I always, I didn't ever ask why. Just the way, I guess because my grandma knew best, and so. But later on, as I got older, I did finally ask, why can't we? And it wasn't because I thought we could do it. I didn't ask the question because I thought, oh, I want to break that rule. I'm going to start stepping over everything. No, I want to know why, in case my own children ask, why can't we step over those things? Okay. And so she answered that question for me. My grandma did. She said that we carry our certain medicine in ourselves as kwe, that we carry our own medicine. And sometimes that medicine is really strong. And we don't want to pull away from theirs, and their essence stays in those articles. And so she said to be respectful of their essence, then we won't step over those things. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We never, we always take care of our hair. I mean, growing up in Anishinaabe, they always took care of the hair. Matter of fact, today, because everybody makes quilts and they use the sheets, in Walmart they sell those they sell the sheets in that bag, like. So now you'll see it all over Bad River in bathrooms or wherever they'll see those. Well, they used to make a bag, and they would put the hair in there, and everyone's hair went in there. The whole family's hair went in that bag, and at full moon, then the women would take that bag and burn that hair at the full moon. But back then, I don't recall my grandma actually burning anything at full moon. She burnt hair right away. She didn't leave it, and she burnt it right in her wood stove. She was real serious about hair. She was like, didn't leave your hair on the brush, on the comb. You didn't drop it on the floor, because it was a extension of you. That hair was an extension of you and within you. And so she took care of it right away. She'd say we'd be wandering around looking for it in the next life.
Hi, Buju. Thank you for Miigwech for sharing your time and your wisdom with us today. It's great to hear about moon teachings, and now that I'm in a little bit later stage of life, I'm wondering if there are post-moon teachings or menopausal teachings that I know that there's a lot of sisters out there that are really hungry for that information of journeying through this next chapter of our lives.
There is. There is. There is a, there are teachings when you hit that phase of life. And I think that, I think throughout life, we're preparing ourselves as women to hit that. And my mom would, I don't know how she would say that. She was she carried a lot of different teachings and she didn't even know it. Because, you know, she, like I said, she raised us that way, and we didn't have very fast. We went to church, but still we had to do certain things that, you know, if you had a very fast, that's how you would carry yourself. And so I'm guessing a lot of Anishinaabe Kwe, through colonialism, even though they didn't have the ceremony, they still took care of themselves in that fashion, and which got you ready. Got me ready, at least, as I got older, and I started to ask the question about, you know, I'm going to go to ceremony. When I got to ceremony, I already knew you don't step over those things. You don't step over, especially men things. You always make sure that you sit a certain way, so you know, keeping your energy contained. I don't want to say the word contained, but keeping it with yourself. And so I think that during that whole time when I was from a young girl to motherhood, to becoming an auntie, to becoming a grandmother, and then to moving into that phase, you learn teachings throughout all those phases. And when you're ready, once you hit that menopausal time, there is a teaching that goes with that, and there's also some medicine for women during that time. And I think you're preparing yourself, whether you realize it or not. And when you get to that part in life, it comes to you, and you know what to do. You know what to do, because those are the you have been exposed to those teachings. You've been carrying yourself with those things, and you learn how to make your own teas. You learn how to work with the moss. You learn to, you learn to. I'm losing my train of thought on that. I know that one thing my mom said, that she was already passed when I had hit that part of my life. But she did tell me before she passed, and it was true. She said, you'll have your time, when you reach that time, when you become a grandma. And I thought when she said that to me that she meant that I was going to be a grandma. I have grandchildren, but she meant something else. And I didn't figure it out till it came. She goes, it'll be the same as mine, and as same as my mother's and my grandmother's. And so just remember that. And so when I became a grandmother, I was wondering, what did she mean by that? You know, I had grandchildren. I'll try and be a good grandma like my grandma was, like my great-grandmother, teach my grandchildren these things. But it actually, she meant until I got to that part of my life where I had no longer my grandmother visited me, I realized then at that moment that she meant that I'm going to move into a new phase, and that I had to really put my teachings into practice. And when I became a great-grandmother, you know that word, what is it for great-grandparent? Anjikobijigan? Is that how they say that? It really, for me, is like a marker in time as well. You know, it is like, I thought about that when I became a great-grandmother, that I thought about my own great-grandmother and how she was with us. And I realized that as a grandmother was one responsibility, but when I hit to be a great-grandmother, I really took that responsibility because I knew that my great-grandchildren were the marker of the next 7 generations ahead. And that all those 7 generations behind me, that I had to collect all those teachings and make sure to bestow that upon my great-grandchildren to carry it into the future. And so I thought about the other day I had my little great-grandson with me, and I was sitting there cleaning a deer. And I wanted to really make sure he knew how to clean that deer. And he's only a year old. He's over a year. He's walking around talking, but he always wants to be shkabewis. He always wants to help me. And so I thought, well, you're going to learn how to clean deer today. You're going to learn how to can food. You're going to learn how to forage and how to pick berries. And so he went with me. My great-grandchildren go with me. I always want them to learn everything that I learned when I was a grandchild, and also about using their tobacco. And that was the first thing I remember was my great-grandma. It was a weird experience because it was different kinds of tobacco, and she spoke, when I was, didn't speak too much English then. It was easier for her to speak her first language. And she was sitting on a porch down at my grandparents' house, and she was sitting there on a chair outside on a little front porch that they had, a little side porch. And I was sitting out there with her, and she was trying to tell me that she wanted this can that was sitting on the porch. And I was like looking at her, and she was pointing and pointing, and I finally realized, oh, she wants that can. She wants me to give her that can. And so I gave her the can, and then she looked at the can, and she put it up to her mouth, and she went, I looked up at her, and that was my first thing of tobacco she was chewing. She was chewing tobacco. She was almost 100. First thing with tobacco, how to chew tobacco. I must have been like 7 years old. But yeah, I was lucky that I was able to, that she was in my life.
Bonjour. Miigwech for letting me ask a question. But a lot of times when we have conversations about things, we use kind of terms, general terms like take care of yourself. Mm-hmm. Could you explain or maybe give some examples what exactly that means? Because people would say, take care of yourself. And I think for some, and myself included, I'm not really sure of what all that means when they say take care of yourself.
So there's a lot to that. It is a good question, and it's a loaded question because it does mean many things for a woman on her moon time. And it starts with your hygiene. And I remember one of the other elder ladies, when we were getting one of my daughters ready for berry fast, she was, like my mom's age too. And they said when they were younger, there was hardly anything like they have today. She said now they have many products. And so when my granddaughters, when they went on their berry fast, I knew what she meant by that. Now they have 100 different products for women. And they talked about during that time that you dispose of those in a good way. You don't leave them laying around. You take care of them, you wrap them up, you put them away. And back then, you had to burn them. You would burn them. And so, I even did that for my own daughters. I said, we will burn these. We'll put them up. Because that's how we did it. I did it that way. So I was taught that way. And because they were sacred, you could either burn them or you bury them. And so my mom always burned them. And so if she didn't have an ability to get someone to start a fire, then she would bury them. And so, and that's how we took care of those. We didn't leave them laying out and about because they're sacred. It's part of you that you're releasing every month. And so that's how we had to take care of that. And so there was the hygiene part. That's only one part of it. And the other way is what you do in some places. I remember going to a village, actually not too far from here. And there at that village, the women on their moon, they even had different dishes. They would not eat from the same dishes that their family ate from. So their dishes, you go into a Kwei's house, and if you open the cupboard and you see dishes on the top there, you knew those were moon dishes. They would say, oh, that must be their moon time dishes. Because they would have plate, bowl, cup, and spoon and fork up there. And so, yeah, only when they were on their moon they ate from those dishes. So.
Hygiene, I experienced someone talking one time about hygiene during your moon, and they wouldn't touch water or wash themselves or anything. Is that our teaching too, or what about hygiene?
I know that for me, when I was growing up, we weren't to go into water. And I grew up that way, and so, and I even became an adult woman, I wouldn't go into the water. And so it's just, we just didn't go into the water. But it didn't mean that we didn't wash up. We still washed up, but we didn't go swimming. And so now today, they got all these products and they're jumping in the water. And I'm like, eh. And I'm like, oh my God, it must be old fashioned.
Suzanne has a question, but I also do. When the young women are on a berry fast and preparing to go into that dating part of life, how do you counsel them as to what respect looks like from men toward them?
We tell them the truth. That's what they do. Those aunties and the grandmas, they just tell them the truth. All the different experiences you're going to have. And so some of them may be really kind and loving, and sometimes it's not going to be. And then if you don't feel right, if it doesn't make you feel good, stop. You should never be forced to do anything you don't want to.
Consent?
Mm-hmm. Consent.
Abiinooji-Aki. It's wonderful for you to be here. Thank you so much for sharing what you are. My question has to do with something I've heard some time ago about women who would go out onto the earth and just sit and let the blood flow onto the earth. Does that, and it was actually in the Ojibwe culture that I heard that, and I was wondering if you could speak to a little bit about that.
I heard about that, but I've never practiced that or know anybody at home that did that.
Do you know the reason why? What does it do?
I heard a grandma from my community talk about that once, and she believed that because of the limited products, that there was also, that back then when you did that, there was a moon lodge. Only women on their moon went in there. And so she thought about that for a long time, and because she was elderly, and she said, I heard of that, but I'm thinking the reason is because she said that, and she didn't know for sure either. And so she said that could be because of they had a moon lodge, and there was no products, she said. And so she did, but because it's the same idea of how you take care of yourself, because that is a part of you, because that part of that, what you just described, is not available like it was, unless you actually go out there and make a moon lodge, and you do that. And so I can't give that teaching or really know, because I've never done it or seen it done.
Okay. So there's another aspect of that I wanted to kind of share that I have heard about the power, and it's probably the essence of the blood and the power that it contains, and it's not a physical thing, it's a spiritual thing, that the earth does require blood, and for a woman to go and sit on the earth and have her blood go into the earth is, from what I heard, was one of the most beautiful things that could happen, because they're giving back to the earth what the earth desires or what it needs. And I've also heard the same story about in battle when men or people are die and their blood goes into the earth. It does have an effect, and it affects the earth in a certain way. I don't know how, but I'm just wondering, the blood from the menstrual cycle, how more powerful it is, and compared to like one from as a result of battle and dying in that regard.
That's a really good question. I'm really going to have to think about that. I think there's a couple things that came to mind when you were talking about that, and is that connection to the earth to me is where we come from. You know, we come from the earth, and so there's always that flow of life, you know, that is, and we return everything back to the earth because it gave everything to us. It gave us life.
Anyone else? Yes, I'll reiterate what just got whispered. What a wonderful discussion. Wonderful discussion.
Thank you. Miigwech.
You know, I mentioned that between the girls and the women because my bride has always been very specific on telling me what respect looks like to her, what love and respect look like to her. And so I think one of the major parts is consent.
Yeah.
Teach our boys what consent means.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So,
Mary Ellen's testing me.
Bonjour. Miigwech for coming and for talking this honesty and hope for the future as you are. One of the questions that always come to me is that the women ask about the puberty ceremonies and the berry fast and all the things that we talk about that we had to do during that first moon time. A lot of them don't know what moon time is. They've never heard of that expression before. And then they say that they ask, well, how can I do that? How can I do that? I'm going to be a grandmother. How can I get that experience? And or what do they have for grandmothers that are going into menopause? What ceremony do they have for them? And then also is that we were taught that as young Anishinaabe Kwewag, and that was never talked about in other, that I know of, in the non-Indian world. I don't know about other nationalities like the Black, Asian. I don't know their culture about those things. But I know that there's a lot of, we've had a lot of young mothers, non-native, that find it fascinating when we talk about that in the lodge, when we give those teachings during the symposium, water symposium, and they're fascinated about it. And they think it's not their responsibility to take care of themselves. and water. They'll take care of the water, but they don't know. They're going swimming when they're on their moon time, things like that. And I was taught I couldn't step over my brother's clothing or blankets, caps. I couldn't go in the water. I couldn't touch any other man's hair. I could my brother's or my dad, but not anybody else. I still kind of practice that today. And so those, I think, and that was for all the year long, not just when I was on my moon time, but the first year I was taught that I was not to do that on my moon time. And I followed through that all the years. I think even when I was drinking, I had that in my head, you know? So I don't know if you lost me in the questions, but I had all those. But
Miigwech. Yeah, did you have a question? I didn't know if there was a question. But then I started listening to you and I lost the question. I think that's probably a lot of our experiences are similar. And, you know, I really didn't think that, even though I didn't have a berry fast, I was raised to take care of myself in that way. And it prepared me. It prepared me when I decided to give my tobacco, get ready to go to ceremony. You know, I knew, don't give your tobacco when you're on your moon. I knew that you're not to go into sweat if you're on your moon. I knew that, you know, and even though I was raised Catholic, those were things that I already was taught. And so, but then after I left the church, I have to share this last story about, I decided and I was going to leave the church, and I went to my mom's house and I told her, you know, I'm really seriously thinking about giving my tobacco and becoming Medewan. And my mom was putzing around in the kitchen, and she was, you know, cleaning up the kitchen. And as soon as I said I'm thinking about being Medewan, she just stopped moving. And then she turned around and she looked at me and she sat down. She walked over to the table and she sat down and she said, I'm going to tell you something right now. I said, what's that, Ma? And I knew she was serious. I thought, oh my God, she's going to have a fit because I'm going to leave the church. And she said, you can do that. She said, but don't make a mockery of our people. She said, because being that is being real Anishinaabe. And so she goes, and you take that tobacco, you talk it to the spirit, and you're making a commitment to the spirit. And you don't take it just because it's a thing to do. It's a way of life. It's a way of life, and your life will change for it. She was right. She was right. And I hope that I didn't do that, you know, that I didn't make a mockery of our teachings. But yeah, she was and I told her, you know, there are things that you taught us that you probably didn't even know, Mom, that they were teachings. I said, but I had to put it together that our ancestors were in an era of, if they got caught doing those things, they were sent to prison or out to, it was that place in South Dakota where the insane asylum, where they were sent there, never seen again, for practicing their teachings. So they did things, they still continued it under that this is how we live. Never mentioned Medewan, never mentioned ceremony. This is the way of life. This is how we do it here under Res. And then when we got older and we started asking questions, we realized, oh, they're getting us ready for ceremony. They knew we were going to leave the church. But one day my mom said, she started going to Powell's with us. She started coming to ceremony with me. And she said, I said, what are you doing here? She came down to Madigan. And I said, what are you doing here? And she said, I heard you guys are getting ready to have a feast, so I thought I better go down there. I said, all the Catholics are gonna get mad at you. She goes, well, I went to church last Sunday and I turned around and I said, none of my kids are in here. Where are they? We're all sitting in the lodge. So she decided to follow us. She never did give her tobacco, though. She never did give her tobacco. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Are you huggable? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Buju, Ishkide B'nai Indigenous Wabasheshi and Dodem. Are we ready to reboot, Stanley? Okay, so we're going to take a break. How many minutes? So we will go offline for the next 5 minutes and 32 seconds. And then that gives us an opportunity to reboot our system, and we'll be back in full swing.
And,
So,
yeah, it'll be a. Yeah, it'll be a. Yeah, it'll be a totally different video, so we had to click on a new video.
Okay.
Video, just like you did this morning when you went on to watch us at 8 o'clock in the morning. You had to click on another video to come on. So just be on the lookout for it.
okay.
Thank you.
Miigwech. And we're off. Do you want to redo batteries on this?